I'm early for once. Damn, I feel like I've been late all this week. I think I was. But welcome in, guys. How was your day been? I forgot a thing. Uh-oh, nobody panic. God damn it, Ordain. I said remain calm. Remain calm. Well, I'm glad at least no one lost their shit. God damn it. Jolly, you should be happy that the fishing game isn't open. They're gonna catch you. Chat, I was curious, so I was scrolling the news on the side here really quick. GamerSups, the V-Card account specifically, released the next type, and I'm looking at all of the art in here. They made a playable card game, but they sure as hell didn't make a card game you can play at, like, your local game store. This shit looks like porn. These are all pinups. These aren't, like, badass characters put in, like, super cool and imposing things. Fucking Yuzu's is just her standing around in her fucking panties. This shit's insane. Fei-Fei's literally naked in her, like, high-tier cards. What are they thinking? Do they only want this to be collectors? That's what it feels like. I feel like they forget that, like, are we truly surprised? No. Honestly, no. I used to play a board card game that was really good, but I couldn't play it in public. What game was it? Because I may know the one you're talking about. Is it one of the Japanese card games? Because there are some card games that sneak this in, but, like, Yuzu's is here. I have it open, so let me get slightly back. Full screen this shit, and then let me do that. Oh, hi. You're still open. Anyway, let me see here. Look at this shit. That's full frontal. Well, not full frontal. It's literally full rear. But, like, it's not even like they're the same size between the full art version and the non-full art. But, like, Fei-Fei's in here. Fei-Fei's is literally just her in her underwear with nothing up top. It's just a guitar. Like, granted, Fei-Fei's the lewd tuber. Duh. She posts nudie stuff on her Twitter all the time. I'm talking nudie stuff of her model because her model has a full nude toggle and, like, a bunch of other skimpy stuff. But, like, this is fine. Like, I don't know. It feels like they've missed some of the fun stuff that they could have done with, like, card games. They made a bunch of headshots and, like, profile pictures instead of making it look like how, say, like, Magic or any other major card game makes it look like they're in the middle of doing something. They've made their art too aware of the camera. Couldn't care less about that. Okay, the pirate one's pretty good. Pirate one's pretty decent. But it's, I don't know. Min Virginity? No, not this time. This is GamerSup's card game. It's a trip and a half. I thought it was going to be fun, but also at this point, I've slowly learned. Hi, Haneru. I've slowly learned that, like, so many different of the, like, larger virtual content creator companies are all making card games. I know of several right now that are currently working on card games. But most of them, so far, V-Card, I'd hate to say, is the only one that looks like, let me pause it. We can pause it on the Doki Bird. Are actually making it seemingly playable, I guess. I say seemingly playable. Oh, it's the tomato. I just realized that. I just realized that's the fucking tomato. Expect not what you actually expect. True. Don't expect them to stick to the mold. Instead, shatter it, throw it into a million pieces, and then slam it in a bikini. Let me see real quick. Like Buff Pups, Buff Pup is Buff Pup. The funny thing too is you can tell who some of the people are that like already had a mascot. I don't know why I keep minimizing it, but like Buff Pup's Pup, of course, and then like Buff was the first one. Kakuya had the Tad and Cannoli. That's nudity!
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
I think it might be part of Monaco. That's okay, maybe. That's okay. But yeah, that's more nudity. Doki's completely fine. Doki has a sick-ass design and a sick-ass model that doesn't get skimpy. I have no idea who this is. Not a clue who this is. Laimu? I don't know how to say her name. Meat, I know Meat. Meathead, that's her, if I remember correctly, that's her audience, isn't it? This one. I don't know who Tob is either. What is up, bastard cat? No, wait a second. Oh, no, sorry, it's not bastard. It's Batsard. It's Batsard cat. It's an ugly Batsard cat. She's in Vine Sauce? What do you mean she's in Vine Sauce? When did Vienna become a farmer? When did Vienna become a farmer? Okay, that was it for the green ones. But yeah, we've looked at a few of these before. Like, of course, who's to be surprised? Bao, Monarch in the mermaid form, Ebby, who's a shrimp. No idea who Foxy Rainy is, or Rainy, I don't know. Good for Froggy, though. Good for Froggy. You know what, chat? If I get this set and people start playing this game, I'll make a Froggy deck, because I think Froggy's thus far the only person in here that I give a shit about. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody. Yeah, Froggy's the only one. Froggy is it. That is all I got. She's Vine Sauce Limes originally, but she'd be... Oh. What is Vine Sauce Limes? Limes? Limelicious. Vine Sauce streamer from England known for adorable attitude and love of seals. Specializes in AAA titles, occasionally playing new games on release. Okay. That doesn't sound like a description of what people stream. She specializes in AAA games and occasionally plays new games on release. So she rides the trends, is what I'm hearing. That's what it sounds like. Uh-huh. Okay. I'm guessing she's big. I've just never seen her. Hi, Rin. Boba. All right, guys. I don't think there's much else going on. I don't have much else to me. Usually she's very big. I figured. I mean, if she was in Vine Sauce, she probably has like a huge following. Let me actually see. Does she have the YouTube? Is it still under, you think it's still going to be under Limes? Vine Sauce Limes. Oh, this is Vine Sauce Twitch clips. Well, these Twitch clips seem to get 100K plus views each, but... Yeah, okay. I don't like these thumbnails, though. These thumbnails are very unsettling. These are very unsettling thumbnails. What's your question, Sin? I really like her stuff. I use it for background noise at work. What does she do? Do you like, does she make like YouTube stuff, or does she all she do is stream? Do you have Don't Starve Together? If not, would you like a copy? I have Don't Starve Together. Somebody bought it for me. Actually, I think 2 people bought it for me. And I think I actually have an extra copy floating around in my Steam inventory. Let me see. I do. I have an entire extra copy. Oh, wait, no, I sent it to Geeky, and I don't think she's accepted it yet. Marin, go card win. I wish. Listen, maybe in the future, I have a copy of my inventory. What would be your chat mascot, though? It'd be Show. Show's the chat mascot. The one that comes up when you just do like the double hi. Look at him. Look at that little goob. Here, I'll get the reference for him. Where is it? Wait, what's today? Today's Saturday? Okay, I'm good. For a split second, I was like, wait, did I forget to do a thing for Hora? But no, it's Saturday. It's Saturday. I didn't forget anything. Oh God, I have to adjust the size. I have to adjust the size. Why do you do this to me? Oh, oh, too far, too far. Come here. Jesus. What the fuck? How much had I scaled something up for this? I'm still going. I am still trying to shrink this thing down. There we go. There he is. There's our boy. Reverse hollow full art. Hell yeah, let's go. Give reverse hollow full art merry-go card, please. Thank you. I will do my best. I will do my best. Who did it? Newell. Yeah, he's got his little cheeks. Oh, oh. Ren. Oh, I don't know why. Hold on. Let me check a thing real quick. There's probably a setting I have flubbed up somewhere. Let me see. Twitch. No. Fuck. Where are those settings? It's not overlay widget, I don't think. It's events? Something like that? Is it? Oh, I forget where. Events. There it is. Twitch events. Twitch subbed. Well, there's no settings there. Phantom Master, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And thank you for the subs, Ren. Holy shit. Wait, that jumped straight to level 2? What the fuck? Marin has been bribed friendship for this is a joke. All right, now I'll play, hold on, I'm looking at it and I can't see it properly. I'll play Collect Club with you now. Oh my goodness. Small Bean, excuse you. Love your choice of music? Hell yeah. No, this is the playlist that I play almost every time. I'm just trying to figure out how...
There's our man. There's our man. There's our boy.
What is this? Overlay image and video. Overlay text. Sound. Do you want to join my server? It's basically Rin server without Rin and we bully Rin. This is a joke? Nah. It's no big deal. I struggle to keep up with the amount of servers I already have. Petition to give show more eyes. We could. Smallest OC. What the fuck? I don't know. I think you need to have more realistic OCs. Semi-realistic. Listen, I'm all one for size difference, but not this way. Not this way. Also, hold on. I just realized the sound, I think, is on the wrong output. I'm going to fix that real quick. Let me go check the others really quick. Yeah, it's all on the wrong thing. It's supposed to be on sample, but it's not. It's on game for some reason. Why are you all on game? Mass subscriptions gifted. But how do I is there like, I don't think generic, yeah, generic's not going to be it. Scatter, why are you scattering, Ganon? Get your ass back here. My smallest 100% a joke. 100%. They believe me? Listen, Ren, you get bullied in your own server. I've seen it. I've seen it happen. What are you duding at, Ordain? What are you duding at? Can we bully Mountain? You bully me anyway, Hanetu. Oh, here, let me put this away. I'm trying to figure out why the alerts are overlapping like that. That feels like something that shouldn't be... At least it feels like it should be in here. Let me see, though. Could it be in regular settings? You do invite me to things. And you bully me at those things. We bully each other at those things. What do you mean? Smelly bean my ass. I showered before this. Overlays? No, that's not gonna be it. Son of a bitch. Alerts? No. No, that's not gonna be it. But, oh, notification sounds. Okay, that's not what I want. Ganon carries disease. I'm gonna abuse you by throwing you at Merit for slandering me. Me? Oh, you're throwing Ganon. Okay. Bring your ass here so I can call it Smelly Bean. Smelly Bean, bitch. No. Absolutely not. But yeah, I can't figure out how to make it so that these things don't overlap. I wonder, is it doing it as 2 mass subscriptions, or maybe it's doing it as like Twitch sub and then mass sub? Or maybe it's doing it as subbed and subbed gifted, but that doesn't make any sense. Neto emotes were Link for a long time. Rin, how could you? How could you think that? I've always been nice to you. I can't believe you're so mean to me. When am I mean to you? Is it doubling up because it's 2 separate events, gift sub and Valorant sub? That's what I think it's doing, but I wanted to see, because usually there's a setting that's like, what is it? It's basically, also, it's been well over 6 minutes and they haven't come back, so I'm doing it myself. Need to go ban someone in my chat? No! Not my rigor. Love how I followed you and 10 seconds later I picked to bully you. Yo, duh. Probably not a good move. Not exactly the best first impression. That's a warning. But I can't figure this shit out. Listen, if I had the chibi model, it would have been more fine if you came in and been like, you small bean. I mean, to be ever, she does not have a gun to my head right now. Why'd you say that out loud, Faye? Why'd you say that out loud? Go do fucking push-ups. Fine. Fine, I'll do 10 push-ups. 10 push-ups. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Oh, Jesus. That was a mistake. I'm changing those back. That was a mistake. I'm changing those back. Ow, my fucking ears. Ow, my fucking ears. Jesus, Peter H. Christ. Mistakes were made. I have many regrets on this one. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm doing all the things. I'm doing all the things. Okay. And now I know why I put them all on the game channel. I'm taking Faye away from you? No, that's not allowed! That's my wife. That's my wife. That's the wife I watch cannibal shows with. Yes, yes, you can. I'll take you somewhere safe. No! I can't believe Hanedu's coming to steal my wives. Who else will watch Slacks? True. My wife now, bitch? No! I love Gay Cannibal Time. Yeah. We still need to get through the 3rd season of Gay Cannibal Time. But, Baron got no maidens? How dare you? I don't need maidens. I have my wives. Just because my wives may not be maidens doesn't mean that they're not absolutely flawless in my eyes. BRB? I can't believe Sin's gone forever. Can't believe Sin's gone forever. All right, I think I'm giving up on that. I need to figure out how to do that. My travels have brought me to heaven. I see my little lesbian heart can't handle your beauty. Well, thank you, Palm. Welcome in. Marin doesn't deserve wives. How dare you, Hanedu? You're one of my wives. Not the wife steal? I don't know. Well, I was going to say, I don't know if Hanedu could carry Faye. But no, Hanedu could probably carry Faye. Kilda! Yeah, that's what I was like. That's what I was like, wait a second. Kilda, you sneaky son of a bitch. All right, hold on. I want to see if I can actually Google really quick. Mix it up, but something about like alerts playing all at once. Overlapping alerts? Wait. Let me see. I ran into a problem. Don't work half the time. No, that's not it. This dude wearing a hoodie. Okay, hold on. Let me see if he... Oh. Wait. Wait, is he giving a guide on how to make alerts and stuff overlap, or... Okay. I think I figured it out. Where is it? Where's Mix It Up? There it is. Okay, settings, alerts, and then where is it? Twitch, gifted subs. No, wait, this isn't right. Just, oh no, this is under commands. Okay. Commands. Mass gifted sub amount. Per command type. No, singular. Command lock system, singular. I think. Is that what we want? No. Chat events. That's the command lock system. I don't want that. I don't want it to do it to all commands. I want per command type, I'm pretty sure. Because I only want to change events. I don't want events to go off all at the same time. But it doesn't look like I can change that. Oh my god. Annoying. Annoying. Let me see real quick. Command lock per system. Always use command locks when testing commands. No. No, okay, I don't think this is it. This is just hide actions. But I don't want that. I want gamble all. What? Gamba. Hi Siri. How to talk to really, really pretty women. Mommy build edition. Mommy build. Wait, what? Excuse you? Also, hi Malik. Rin, how did you get so swole? Every time Baron bullies me, I do one push-up and one squat. Oh my god. Are we bringing that meme back where it's like, damn, how did you get so huge? Every time I think about going to play a video game, I do one push-up. I kind of want to get a Gamba emote at one point, but I need to give y'all more Gamba opportunities, I think. Do we... Also, oh, hey, it's Ray. Those are Ray's emotes. Oh, no, they're not. They're Guinevere's. Why did it look like... Why do I think it looks like Ray? Huh. Guinevere. Chug Guinevere. Chug Guinevere. It's fine. It's fine. Oh my god, fucking Ravtex Gamba is so good too. Oh my goodness. All right, why are you throwing things at me? Rinvoley's back. Oh, okay, I gotcha. That's a much slower Gamba. But, oh wait, it's a Peepo. It's the reskin Peepo. Yes, the Hora's richer coin. Honestly, that's a very good emote too. Hora has some really good emotes. Let me see real quick. Like, where is it? Where is it? I love his thumbs up. Where's his? No, it's his finger guns. Where's his finger guns emote? Oh no, it's thankers. I remember it's thankers. Y'all can't see me, but I'm putting the L finger under my chin. Gamble Marin's new model. No, Ren, you're not allowed to gamble away my model. Marin, go thunk, hard thunk. God, this model makes weird faces. What if I get another model? What do you mean get? What do you mean get? I still have to go through Izzy. I still have to get it designed by Izzy, which probably isn't going to be done until March, which probably means it's not going to happen this summer. I'll make you make a face, an O face, an O face. Vegas! Mowing go wound. No! Oh, Jesus. About to say, I saw that emote earlier today. Where did I see that emote earlier today? Pardon me, I gotta go close the tab. Jesus Christ. Welcome in, Raiders. Those of you from Zebby's in Vegas stream who don't know me. My name is Mar, and I'm the ringleader of the Doc Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or whatever my little inclinations like to get into. Today, my inclinations are fucking MibRib. And if you haven't heard me say that, it's Marvel Rivals. Because I don't have a problem, you have a problem. I want to play ranked because I'm still in fucking bronze. Although I'm in bronze 1. When are we going to play again? When are we going to play this game? You want to play right now?
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
Ribble.
Shock your soul.
Oh my goodness. Well, welcome in, guys. Do all the good stream? Do all the good rested stream? I'm doing pretty good. We're going to be playing a bunch of shooters today. We're going to be playing Marvel Rivals. Also, Bucky the Mascot and Palm, thank you for the follows. Welcome in, guys. Enjoy the show. I got 7-Eleven and Bound didn't even notice. Wait, 7-Eleven came in? Somebody bonked 7-Eleven? Hell yeah. Oh, I see it. I see it up there. We're yapping forever. Good. What game? What game? What game? What do you mean, what game? Chat kind of funded. What? I'm going to vomit. Did they fund you to get a commission, or are you making it? Zebby, this is an important distinction. Are you making it or commission? Ooh, who are you commissioning? Who's Zebby gonna get to commission Zebby in a bunny outfit? Oh my. Mary doesn't recognize my hard work. I do recognize your hard work. I said good job. I cast decoy balls. Bound Go Bunny win. Probably for Easter. We may actually do some merch for it too. It's on brand though. It's not going to be horror coded. I believe in you. Listen, I like nothing more than seeing people distinguish their design into like other outfits, even if they're raunchy outfits. Especially like bunny outfits. I love customized bunny outfits. So whenever Easter comes around and so many people are just getting like your character here pieces or just like the generic black bunny suits, I'm always like, this is boring. Do better. You have a whole design before you slap on the bunny suit. Get the fucking thing. Oh, you sent me the VGen? All right, let's see. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, wait, that went on the wrong one. That went on the wrong page. I needed to go on the other one. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. Wait, the one I just clicked is not a bunny suit. That's a two-piece. I'm not an elf, I'm a cat girl. True. With elf ears. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, that was a TH. I said it and I was like, wait, was it a TH or a GH? TH. That's it? Oh, it's okay. We'll have that. That's what's going to be in the summer outfit. Haneru. That's it? Wait, what? You're a cat girl with pointy elf ears. Elf-ish ears. Not my wife anymore. Then how are we going to have a collab later? Scaife? Scaife. Scathe. Divorce, no. Oh wow, these are really good. I really like the like Suit of Hearts one. That's actually really cute. Oh yeah, these are great. Hold on. They're all very sketchy. So I do want to see. Oh, it's Skeb style. Okay, okay, okay. Starting at 150. Hmm. Hmm. Well, apparently it looks like a lot of the stuff they do are Skeb style outfits. I mean, Skeb style outfit for $200 for the lazy is not bad. Is not bad at all. Because now I'm looking at their other stuff. You will know there's better things to pay for right now. You can go check out Throne if you want to see what those are. What the heck? Also, what was that? Deadly Mouse, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We gather here today for the divorce of Nedu and merry-go-round. Their assets and polish to be cut evenly and shared. Wait a minute. We need more Rachi Malin art. I have quite a bit. I just don't post it that often. Sometimes people will like get it because they want to have their characters in it with my character. And I typically don't post those. And I have some people that will send me not safe for work art and just be like, I did this kind of just indulgently. And some of them specifically told me they don't want them shared, but I still save them because I like having them. But wait, since Marin has multiple wives, isn't it like 5%? If I get cut in half, I just grow new me's like a starfish? Oh no. Multiple phase running around? I don't know how that would roll off. We got to Christmas now. I'm staying with grandma to just watch y'all fight over me? Nah. Nah. You will get left at grandma's house. More Octo, more good is very good policy. I think there needs to be more octopus VTubers than there needs to be more like dolphin or orca or shark. We have Motley Faye, Motley J, Motley Shui, and Motley, and that says Motley Bay. It's swapped from Motley to Motley. It's Motley Sway and Motley Bay. Huh. You are Octo Jolly. Nice. I'm gonna ask for an Xbox. I'm gonna keep getting better presents because you keep trying to one up each other and buy my love. Oh God. Is that you trying to sell that idea? Is that what that is? But yeah, it looks like this. Yeah, this person primarily does like Skeb stuff. Okay, and then there's oh my God. What is up with these codes? Your character here, number, oh, okay. 804? How many of them are available? How far can I scroll? Are they all available? Are all 800 available? I'm down in the 500s already. What the fuck? I'm in the 300s. Okay, no, some of them have been cut out. Okay, it stops at 295. It's the whole thing. All of the your character here starts at 295 and goes to 811. Jesus. Now there are multiple in each like section, and there's a couple that are actually marked sexual content. Hold on a second. A couple of them are like blurred out and marked sexual content. Motley Zay. Oh no. Okay, yeah, that is definitely that. That is definitely a thing. We'll call it being wrist deep. But yeah, it looks like this person, like most of their year character here are, at least from many of the silhouettes and some of the acts, very, very nudity focused? Question mark? Yeah, there's a lot of wrist deep action going on here. Baird, no, I'm not sharing it. It's Zebby's secret artist. How can I give away Zebby's secrets and have other people flood in and keep Zebby from getting the cool commissions? We're gatekeeping here. Gatekeep gaslight girl boss. Don't gatekeep. Oh my god. No. What do you mean? Okay, I won't gatekeep. All right. Okay. There's the artist. Go check him out. That's it. Now that's all Zebby had to tell me. That's all Zebby had to tell me. Apparently this person also makes adoptables, but I've never understood the appeal of adoptables. Does anybody know, like, get the purpose of adoptables? I always feel like I'd rather make my own characters than just buy things that, like, commission that artist before. Follow that homie Legion already? Hell yeah. Gotta fund the Baron 3.0 or Baron won't share. Oh my god. Knocked out of the park on the first go, no notes. Like, I made my character fucking perfect. What do I need another? Correct. I've also heard, though, there's apparently people, I've seen people that, like, on DeviantArt, this was years ago, people would collect adoptables and, like, post them to their DeviantArt. They would, like, go and buy adoptables from other Deviant artists and then post them on theirs once they bought them. It'd be like, this is my new OC. I'd be like, where's the appeal? Where's the enjoyment? Getting so much cringe made you don't understand. Good, Zebby. Good. As you should. Listen, cringe is dead and I'm still breathing. This coming year is going to be the year of the cringe. I'm going to give up and stop cringing myself into silence. The things I don't say and don't do because I'm afraid of cringing myself is fucking innumerous. Chat, I am in a cage. I'm in a cage and it's my own self cringe. Hanedu, you have no idea. Watch you. Weren't I in the cage? Mine's a metaphorical cage. Yours is a real cage. To cringe, ma'am, the fact you still, like, this is impressive. I like adoptables. It's how I got my mascot from Gama. It's a crab robot friend. Talk to me in DMs more, you whore! Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, my social battery hits bottom so fast after a stream that I'm just like, I want to play games. So then I'll go sit in a Discord and just kind of eat, mostly by myself most of the time, or just half zoned out and just be like, yay, game. I've been playing a lot of Evil Genius. Hold on, how many hours have I put into Evil Genius just since I got it during the Steam sale? I have 22 hours in Evil Genius. 22 and a half hours. When did I buy this game? When did I buy this game? Do I need to start grabbing you by the hand at 4 a.m.? I'm not awake at 4 a.m. Unless, if I am, I'm in bed and I'm reading manhwa. You hear that, chat? Marvin said, what? When did I say that? How did I say that? I don't think that's true. I don't think I did. Playing MibRib at 5 a.m. last night? I was not up at 5 a.m. last night. I wasn't even at my computer at 5. I'm pretty sure I was asleep at 5 a.m. I'm pretty sure I went to sleep before like 2. I was not playing Marvel Rivals at 5 a.m. I was playing it, I think, a little bit before bed, but it definitely wasn't that late. It was like midnight. I think it was midnight. I did do a little bit of ranked. That's how I made it to Bronze 1 last night, and why I want to keep playing it, because I want to get higher. Just switch time zones, 5 head. Oh yeah, it was 5 a.m. in, like, England. Marble Ribble, yeah. Marble Ribble. Mibble Ribble. MibRib. 5:30 a.m., thank you very much. I don't think it was. I don't think it was. Bibrin? What about Mibrin? Marble Bibble. The demons using Baron's computer at 5 a.m. My computer wasn't even on because my monitors are in direct line of sight of where I sleep. So if it was on, the monitors being on would have woken me up. Preparing for the carnival. Yeah. We love Nibbly Bibbly. Yes. Correct. Carnival keeping England up to 2 a.m. half the time. Hey, listen, y'all like hanging out here. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Why'd you start talking about art, Mary? Now I get the urge to commission more art? Do it. Wait, that was such a good time for that song to start. Listen, I always want to commission more art. I just don't have the money for it. Things are expensive. I got Ash to start making new emotes and stuff. Speaking of which, y'all probably saw the new profile picture on Twitter and stuff. Let me find it. Where is it? There it is. Anyway, I'm here to haunt your dreams. Ah, yes, fantastic. Fantastic. Anyway. Listen, I fucking love Ash's art so goddamn much, and I'm super excited to get more Ash emotes. Hold on, I forget. How many did I request? Let me double check, because it's pretty easy for me to find it. 4. Okay, I got 4 Ash emotes, which is actually more than we originally had. I'm getting a redone of the knife one. We're getting a gun one, we're getting a heart one, and we're getting a grab one. Ooh. Okay. Getting a Johnny Silverhand art. No. Oh my god, wait. Zebby, are you addicted to cinema rolls? Ooh. I love the Predator one, though. Okay. Anyway, let's put my head away for a second. I have a trade offer for later. Oh, yes, trade offers. Excellent. Have not, in fact, haunted my dreams yet. Which face is haunting your dreams, then? You keep telling me I keep showing up in your dreams. Is it this one? Is it 1.0? Is it 1.0 that haunts your dreams? Okay. Chat. Is it video game time? Yes, it's 1.0. Why are we getting... I need all the knives. No, it's my knife. Or Dane over here gonna try to steal my knife. That stabby emote is so fucking cute. Video Bame? Video Bame, fine poor Baron? Oh my god. Oh my god, do we have to bring back the Schmindrick, Schmoober, Schmcdonald's and shit again? Are we going to play Schmarvel Schmedgens? Wait, why did I throw legends in there? Schmarble Schmibbles. Yeah, Schmarble Schmivels. Smarvel Schmibbles. Schmeevel Schmeniuses. Schmerin. Schmanedu. Fumper 15. Fergerfing Foot Fetish. Playing some League of Rivals. Wait, I forget. Was that an actual game at one point? I feel like that was a mobile game. Oh, God. Schmorstein, Schmo! Oh, no. Oh, no. Why do we do this? Why do we do this? Why is the dumbest of alliteration so fucking funny? Schmotley Schmay. Schmicrotic. I need my fucking desk. It wasn't even that hard. It does the... Oh, God. I think I nailed it. I think I nailed it. And profits you could make from actually making the game from mobile ads. True. I think the weirdest thing I've ever seen was... What's his name? The guy who plays Homelander literally has done a mobile game ad, but I think he's like playing it on like a TV or something. Or he looks like he's playing on a TV. I always skip it. Hi, Kai. How are you doing? Did you get something to eat after your stream? Did you have a good time? Did you bully Jummy sufficiently? I can't even read that. Wait, where? Where? Schmear Schmackshally Schmith Schmeek. I hate that. I hate that. Anthony Starr? Oh yeah, that's his name. That is his name. I was like, wait, what? What? What are we on about? One thing I do need to do though is I think I want to go to I think I am going to commission Mikami when he opens his when she opens hers. She opens her commissions in I think January. I think probably mid-January. I rested my wrist. Gamered too hard? No, not gamering too hard. Wait, that's such a good Wheezy emote. That's such a good Wheezy emote. I love that. That's amazing. That's amazing. It's also though Izzy actually gave us the new emote, but I don't think I'm going to show it to you. I think we'll save it for debut. But Izzy has started working on some of the emotes that I paid her a while ago for, earlier than she told me she was going to, which I'm happy for. Very happy for. Debut mentioned? We don't have a date yet. We don't have a date yet. There is no date. I will probably start something earlier than 2.0's release. Like we may break out the low poly model early. As long as I can kind of get the trailer I want to make done, because it's hard. It requires 3D motion, and I have no idea how to do that. Will Izzy give me uppies? I'll still stand here in hype, just vibrating in the corner. Just shaking in the corner. Do you need help? Yeah, I kind of do. I kind of do, Hanedo, because I have no idea how to go about it. I know exactly what I want it to do, down to a T. I just don't know how to, like, what way I'm supposed to be able to do it. Especially because I want it to also, like, still be mouth tracked in some way. I have a whole plan. I have the whole thing in my head. Ask Faye. Faye's been there while we've been working on the trailers. It's a 2-part trailer. But yeah, I tried messaging Izzy. Izzy doesn't know how to do it outside of some of the other stuff. Punt you across the warehouse cannon? Probably. Yeah, I have a whole scripted idea and a very vivid image on what I want it to look like. So it's pretty straightforward. I am currently the precipice of what every artist wishes a person would come to them for. With like, I need this exact thing with these exact details. Here's an extremely visual sketch I have for you of how I need this to look. Oh my God. I think we're also getting, I don't think we've had the alert yet, but we've got to be getting close to the ad break because we're at 55 minutes. But let me see real quick. What the hell? Wait, who the fuck? Wait, somebody actually thinks the Guardians of the Galaxy video game is one of the coolest video games ever made? That's insanity. That's insanity. It looks like Warframe. Izzy help me bully Rav more? I don't know. Izzy does kind of put in a lot of work to bully Rav. I don't think she needs help. 8 months, 1 more month, we do name the circus baby on. What do we name? That's up to you. I don't name the circus babies. What do you want to name the circus baby? Warframe mentioned. What about Warframe? Nothing. It's just that the graphic quality of the Guardians of the Galaxy video game looks like Warframe. Like medium settings Warframe. Like Warframe when it launched. Oh no. Darn it. Upsetty spaghetti. The ads are coming. I like, or Gannon, do you think the ads are coming only for you? PSA reminder to chat, subscriptions are cheaper by by a lot, so sub in advance. Also, gifting 5 or more subs activates the Twitch Gamba. You feeling lucky? Well, are you, punk? Goofy. Amazing. Yes, wait, yeah, that was an elevate. Wait, what? Wait, what? Knowing Malvin is lucky? I haven't been that lucky today. We haven't had any of like the crazy Gambas that like some people have heard. Like I think Finn at one point like gifted 5 and Valorant gifted 20. Tier 2 and 3 subs give you previews in the Discord. True, if you want to see any of the new stuff and any of the occasional times when I take like random screenshots of the model when I'm playing with it, I do post it in there. Oh, that reminds me, here, I can actually post the new emote Izzy made in there. Oh no, Faye's turning me into a bunny. Oh no! Ooh. Oh my god. All right, hold on. Sorry, DMs all over the place. Wait, who clipped something? The Scream? Ordain? Okay, hold on. Where is me getting lost in my own Discord server? Where's the preview page? There it is. All right. In chat, I'm warning you now, the new emote Izzy made is hella caked. Hella caked. Live preview updates quick. Yep. Hella caked. I mean, knowing you is us being lucky, you bitch. I'm complimenting you. Well, thank you, Hanetu. Tier 3, 2 and 3s. Yep. Why are you licking me, Ganon? Oh my god. All right, hold on. Hold your horses. But... I was looking for new news or new details or anything, but not really finding much of anything. Chat, I'm pretty confident I'm extremely ace, because the amount of horny that I see people posting when they're like, here's a showcase for a VTube model, and they post like the horniest shit imaginable that the model can do. And I'm always just like, why do you do this? Why don't you just show off the cool shit that the model can do instead of doing like big blushy heart eyes with steamy breath and boobs bouncing everywhere? Sex sells? I know sex sells. The two top things that sell when it comes to marketing is sex and patriotism. And I hate both of those things. Which is probably why advertising doesn't typically work on me. Huh. I can't show you my rock hard abs. Listen, there's nothing like bodies by themselves aren't inherently sexual. I can appreciate the body and all its attractiveness. And not just be like, I'm going to take you to bed. Ooh. I'm sorry, I found a video of a woman in putting on a bunch of suits, and now I'm mesmerized. I fucking love suits. This is why wait, what were you saying? If you don't think I'm fuckable? You are definitely fuckable, but that's not always my first thought looking at somebody's body. You can be attractive and me just being like, eh. I don't have to immediately jump to the first thought being in my head, just being, I'm gonna fuck that person. You're going to bed with me. Takes a little bit more, unless it's Hannibal, but that's besides the point. I think I saw the same video. Yeah, it looks like it was reposted by Vivica. But I fucking love suits. The world if sex didn't sell? What do you mean? Damn tall, damn short are usually my first thoughts. Well, yeah, there's usually the superficial stuff that everybody sees like the first time. Oh my god, the fucking Courage the Cowardly Dog bathtub barracuda. Amazing. Amazing. All right. Let me get the iPad for y'all really quick. I'm going to spend this break eating some leftover Brussels sprouts because... Wait, what? Okay. I scrolled down on the other Twitter page, and speaking of abs, there's just, who knows the meme where it's like the guy standing up and he's supposed to be like, I think blah, 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 blah. That's the meme. It's a version of that, except he's naked and he's fucking chiseled for some reason. I don't know what to do with that information. Anyways, anywho's it's, I'm gonna go eat some Brussels sprouts because I haven't eaten today. Now that I feel that, because I like attractive peeps and I'm like, cool, y'all got it going on. That, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's just like, oh, cool. But then there's like the people that like take it too far when they try to do like the sex sells things. You can be attractive and hot. That makes sense. But then when you're just like, basically your character looks like she's hopping on a dick or like face meltingly horny, it's kind of, yeah. All right, there's the ad break. We will be back in a few minutes, and we will get right into Marvel Rivals after that. I'm gonna go ahead and change the category too while I'm still here. Marvel Rivals. Okie dokie. I'll be back in a second, guys.
This world is what you need, where the monsters roam and the demons all feed.
Oh God, I'm sorry. Hida, how was your stream? I'm sorry I was gone so long. I got enraptured by Brussels sprouts and chips and guac. I finished the guac and the chips, so I had to throw them away and clean out the guac bowl. Oh my goodness, I need to tell you the story of how my grandma got the guacamole that we had. Brussels munchin', yeah, I was Brussels munchin'. How was your stream, Hida? Did you have a good time? Did Hida already scatter? Did I miss it? Save room for pickles? There's no pickles today. Ah, it's only the 28th. Also, I have some petit fours. Fucking love petit fours. Oh shit. Piece of chocolate fell off that one. But really quick. So as a family tradition, something that we do on Christmas Eve every year in my family is we have tamales. Tamales that have typically been made like, what was it, like a month and a half before that we freeze and then we bring to wherever we're having Christmas Eve. But we typically make guacamole with it because I fucking love making guacamole and my family loves me making guacamole. But my grandma tried to go to one of the few places that was still open on Christmas Eve. I keep almost saying New Year's Eve. Christmas Eve, which was fucking Walmart. And Walmart was packed to the fucking nines, as in like no parking spots in a Walmart parking lot. But that's my birthday. That is your birthday, Carrie. How's it feel to be old? But Walmart was so full, my grandma couldn't go and get it. My grandma couldn't go get the guacamole. So across the highway was the taqueria. She went to the taqueria. It had apparently just closed for the day. It was like around 1 or 2 o'clock, and they were closing early for Christmas Eve. But they were still unlocked. So my grandma goes in and like begs them for guacamole. Zerg, thank you for buying a season pass. Holy shit. Happy Marin Money Day? What the fuck do you mean Marin Money Day? Oh God, is that what we're gonna call Monday? Or do we need to do something to try and like push for the last like bits? Not wait, did something happen also? Wait, did I miss something? Are y'all calling it Marin Money Day? Check to see if I have any emails from Kofi just to make sure. But no, so what she had to do is she basically ended up getting do y'all know what a 44-ounce cup looks like? Like a large Sonic cup, basically. Just huge styrofoam cups. She got 2 of those full of guacamole and a huge bag of chips. I'm talking like this bag of chips was probably a yard long, about 3 feet. About a meter for anybody else who uses that measurement. These were so many chips and so much guac. But we brought the guacamole home and tried it, and it was terrible. Their guacamole was apparently literally just straight avocados mashed with some tomatoes thrown in. So it was very, very bland, I guess is the word. So what I did is I did like what I usually do, because I season my guacamole. I usually use like cumin, garlic powder, onion powder, chipotle peppers, and like some other stuff that I usually throw in there. And it lasted suspiciously long, because today is the 28th. That guac was made on the 24th. I did put lime juice in it. But even today, it wasn't really brown like guacamole usually turns pretty quick. Did you know when you assault someone with an avocado, it's called guacamole? I hate that. Sorry, that was my last petty for I brought in with me. So let me go ahead and get Marvel Rivals up and running. All right. Guac to a lime juice on that thing. Let me just, where's the button? There you are. Yeah, you're gonna go sit on that one. You get 10 minutes to go think about what you've done. Can we start banning people? You get the full 10 minutes to sit on that one, Grins. Yeah, he's actually timed out. Oh my god. Okay. I have the game open. Let me go ahead and do the little... Oh, what the heck? Oh, it stole my mouse. The game stole my mouse for a second. And then we can go ahead and go right on over. Nya! Okay, just system notice. God damn it. Fuck off. Also, fun fact, guys. If you haven't done the winter event in this game, you can get this event done so fucking fast. I did pretty much all of it like yesterday over the course of like 2-3 hours. Like, I got everything for it already. The spray, the emotes, the nameplates, the MVP, all that. It's so fucking easy. It's so easy. You just want to make sure if you go to the mission section. So these silver ones are irrelevant. You don't have to do these to get the skins. So let me see if I go to decorate. Typically, if you look at it here, it'll actually be unlocking these. These silver ones are only cosmetic. They're literally only to change. Y'all can't see the silver equation here. But the exchange for it is just like at the bottom. It's 2 of the silvers or 3 of the silver. Yeah, it's 2 of the silvers for extra customizations. The ones you want are, I don't think it's actually going to have. Yeah, I have one. Okay, so hold on. Let me do this right. Get out of the way. So what you want is this gold star, this golden frost. You need 2 of these to unlock 100 points. And you essentially only need 10 of these total. Hi, Keyshawn. They're super easy to get. You just do whatever missions they're tied to. You may have some of them down here, but like, see how mine are all silver? Aside from some of the ones that like I've completed. The gold ones are the ones you want to get the skins. If you focus on the gold ones, it's easy and you'll be done in a couple hours. But yeah, some of them are regular game mode. Some of them are totally not Splatoon only game modes. The creature. Yes, the creature. So if you want a super easy to get Jeff skin, the Cuddly Fuzzlefin is easy as shit to get. Look at him. Look at this goob. I love this goob. And then, of course, I don't even play Jeff, so I'm probably never going to get to see this MVP. But, you know, as you do. The Jeffening. Yes, the Jeffening. I'm going to turn the music up just a little bit. Music down. Not music, sorry. Game volume. I need it. Go get it, champ. But I am going to lower the volume of the music till the point where I can't hear it, but y'all should still be able to. You picked up the new magic sin? This one? I kind of want this one too. Her outfit is really good, although this, it's cool in its own way. It just, doesn't feel like it fits. Like, sure, but why does she look like she's like the horns are kind of like wooden? Also, Magic is fucking sick. I love Magic as a character. This outfit's so funny though. How huge the fucking goggles are. But yeah, the Venom one is absolutely stellar. I love this skin. I've seen a couple people with the skin already, but I'm probably not going to put any more money into this game than I already have, unless they like release something that's just obscenely something I need. Because I've got the Multiverse of Madness because I wanted the, where is it? This MVP. I wanted to terrify the people that I kill at the end of the game. What we play in Marvel Rivals. How you doing, Harness? And then I also have Storm 1. I've started playing a lot more Storm, just saying fuck it. Because one, I fucking love Storm. And I fucking love this skin. But I really want to try and be like #1 Storm or like top 100 Storms if I can. That'd be a pipe dream. That's a pipe dream. I say that in Bronze 1. Y'all can't see it, but in Bronze 1 back here. All right, let's do this. I also do have voice chat on, so we may or may not decide to fuck with people while we're doing this. As an advertiser, also Baird picks the horniest MVP she can. Wait, what? Horniest? No, I just want to scare people. Not a chance about it being horny. Of the elementals from Max Steel. Oh.
Heroes could make all the difference.
Yo, let's go Venom Instalock. I like it. I respect it.
Hear my command.
This is defending. Okay. I'll stick it. We'll see what happens. What do you mean? Isn't it winter right now? Yes, it is. In the Northern Hemisphere. Unless you're Ren. Hi, Jarathi. How are you doing? Something like limitless season passes? Yes, all the season passes are not going to lock after each season pass. I can actually show you that after this game. Because I know the exact spot that they're going to pop up in.
Girl like I once was. I fight.
Iron Fist.
Stay strong.
We have... Okay, we got double healers. Thank God.
How do you contain such vast energy?
The question is, though, there's always a problem
Try to contain it.
when it comes to some of these things.
I channel it.
Yes, it is the same.
Yeah, well...
energy.
And then when you unleash the power, there's
I don't know
nothing like
why they would
one.
portal to, like, the cart or something.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
But I suppose that makes
3,
sense.
2, 1.
More powerful yet.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
See, rockets. Okay.
My
Clear,
wings
best
blow
self.
hard.
There's some magic.
I'm behind him going for
I
rocket.
lift up my comrades.
Oh, somebody talked. I just heard him. Barely, but I heard him.
Ready to do some damage.
Okay.
Now I am more dangerous.
I don't have... That's another downside, though, with Storm, is she has so few abilities. Oh, Jesus. Nope, that's 2 health. Okay, that's fine. She has so few abilities that could do damage.
They've made it halfway.
So her E is like her only AoE. Her right click is more of a finisher than anything. Let's go, Venom. Her E is more of a finisher than anything, which not E, sorry, right click is more of a finisher. And the cooldowns are ridiculously long. It feels like they shouldn't be nearly as long as they are. Also, who is that standing over there? Oh, match canceled. Okay. I'm about to say, I just realized we had an ally just standing over there. Well, that's good. I can show y'all the thing I was talking about. So if you go to season, so this is the end of the pass. I've already bought everything in the pass just because that's how much I've played. But if you look up here, it's kind of behind chat. There's the Nexus button.
Hey,
And this is where all of the other season passes are going to be. So S0 for season 0. Also has shit mobility. She does. She has like a speed boost and a damage boost. That's her aura. And then the only time that her aura deals damage is when she uses her E. And the cooldown on E, I think, is way too long. Everywhere, but she feels so slow. She's extremely slow. She's easy to shoot out of the sky. She's very easy to shoot out of the sky, which is why she's so situational. Half the time when I start a game as her, I change to somebody else after the first death, which I was honestly thinking about doing there, but I was going to tough it out for at least one more death. Yeah, she feels ridiculously slow. I can show y'all real quick. Where is she? There she is. Abilities. Although her attacks do pierce, which is actually uncommon in this game. So her auto attacks by themselves are pretty good. Her ult is amazing. It's just hard kind of to stay alive for her ult. Her ult will sweep a backline. It is very good. It is very good. She's completely immune inside that tornado too. Weather control is the passive. You shift between having movement and damage. Goddess boost. That's the E that I was talking about, which unfortunately for some reason in-game interface doesn't actually tell you like cooldowns and stuff. But here, let me see. When does it end? 15-second cooldown. That's still pretty high. Maybe 12 seconds would be better. Then this is her right click. It's literally just a quick reticle of lightning. It covers a decent area, as you can see here, how she's like aiming between the two Punishers. It's pretty generous in its like hit radius, but it's very infrequent ability, it feels like. And then there's, when you have Thor on your team, you get a whole extra ability. You get a whole extra active that really feels like it should already be part of her kit. You know, as you do. B! How could you? I'm immune though. Nice try, bitch. Boom. All right. Is Punisher good? Yes, Punisher is good. You will probably see a lot of Punishers as we go through these matches. And also, no, I'm not a whale. I've only bought 2 skins. And even then, one of them I actually earned. I have Scarlet Witch and I have Storm, and that's it. Everything else I've gotten through like Twitch drops. What else was there? Twitch drops and like the events. Oh, and the code, the Iron Man code. He's similar to Soldier 76. Kind of. He has a shotgun. He has an assault rifle. He can put a turret down. His ult makes him immune to CC and is basically just fucking unload on people.
Team to win this one.
This is Helping Spider Zero. Tarzan the Man. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, get ready for the stomp. Oh, hell yeah. What are they gonna do? Yeah, baby oil chugger is a little, you know. Yeah, we got a Thor. Fuck yeah.
The worst part about
Sorry, guys, might as well quit. What are they on about? Okay, I'm a little... I'm afraid to see them. It basically just like turned like a nightmare. Like they're actually gonna be not that great. Jesus! Jesus! Hawkeye.
making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
This is fine. I play very hard to the... Oh, hi. Oh, Jesus.
Yep, that's me.
Hi.
You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Oh, got that chain lightning kill. Let's go. You died for your own teammates' inadequacy. Inadequacy.
You're halfway there.
Oh, wait. I haven't seen this green penny. Wait a second. What skin is that? What'd I say? Oh, no. Oh, no.
We ride for the
Yeah, I know. I was waiting to die too. Anytime I see a Hawkeye, I couldn't tell you how many times I've gotten picked out of the sky by just a stray Hawkeye. Hi. Oh, it's Captain America. It's like, that's the barbarian Captain America. Let me kill you. The weird thing too, though, is she also has to reload. She has to reload the wind, apparently. All right, I just got ult. Nah, that's He-Man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm. Oh wait, no, there's somebody else. Oh, hi. What you doing, Tarzan? He's typing. He's typing. Oh no, we're getting the BM.
You're halfway there. Keep going. Let's do some damage around. Get ready. I am ready to put on a show.
Okay, wait.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Time it. Wait, it's still going? Why is it still going? That was such a long ult. There we go. There we go.
Nice, nice.
We better test this out.
Hi, Star-Lord. See, if you have a good team that recognizes that there's a fucking storm in the game, it's a very different game. You get heals. The other team covers you when shit's going bad.
Happy to help.
Let's do some damage. Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh no.
Heavenly fury. They rode
No! Anyway.
This is what wove the fabric of
Oh,
the
I bumped my mouse into my keyboard. Hold on, I really don't have much mouse room.
By the eye of Agamotto.
thunderbolt.
The web of life is counting.
That's Hawkeye's ult. If you see those blue silhouettes. How does Magneto feel in this game? He is not very good right now compared to the other tanks.
What you need, where the monsters roam
Hey guys.
and all feed.
I don't have ult. I'm gonna go down for this. That's fine. That's fine. Sila, how was your stream? Did you have a good time? What trouble were you getting into? How was Fortnite? How was Fortnite? It's also, a lot of the flyers are so slow.
Do some damage.
Oh, you got me. Okay. Ow, ow, Jesus. Star-Lord. Ow, I'm in pain. Hey, for the heals. Fortnite was good. OBS was being very funky. Yeah, OBS has been weird recently. I don't know if there's been an update or they're working on something.
Now I am more dangerous. That's it. Don't let anything land in your way.
God's might.
Okay. I have ult, so this should be an easy fight. Also, I never realized how many lanterns were in that fucking room. What the hell?
Help. So close. This is your big chance. Us against the world.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Yeller!
I am ready to put on a show.
They couldn't weather.
Just say, I can just keep them off. I can just keep them off. It's great. It's fantastic.
Time
Did I hear Morgana for
switch
Persona
things up,
5? Wait.
Including which
Do you?
side you're on.
Oh, is it ready to put on a show? I think that's Luna. I think you're hearing Luna.
Storm. Hear my command.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I agree, fellow B. I agree. I have a love-hate relationship with Fortnite. Hate them cheaters. Love the aesthetic of the current map. Really? The thing is Fortnite changes so fast and so frequently that, like, the stuff that you love come and go so quickly or a so limited time that it just feeds off of the FOMO effect. I can't get used to it. Yep.
Round two, go!
Like I once was. Let's pop back up. I fight for her.
Plus beta? Jesus, my guy. Like, I like winning, but also, goddamn. Goddamn, sir. Come on.
Coming in 30 seconds.
Come on, give him a chance. Yeah, Fortnite lives and dies on FOMO. That is exactly true.
Mayhap you are Odin's long
That's the only way it continues to exist.
X-Men are enough family drama.
I like how destructible the environment is in this game too. It's really fucking fun. Fuck that light post.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Our enemies are here.
Oh! Oh my god, that poor soldier! That poor winter soldier!
We better test this out. We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Place closely.
Uh-oh, did he disconnect? He's just running in place. Is it a bot? No way, right? No way, right? Oh, Jesus, my health. Okay, that's fine. This is fine. I'm also one of the people that can get back to the fight the fastest, so it's not a big deal.
Now the thunder is coming. Ride the winds.
So when it comes to like getting across the map here, it's a fucking pain for most people because this map actually starts you so stupidly far back. You're like 2 checkpoints back, which really sucks.
Feel the thunder.
Make them pay.
Wait, did I hit the lamp? Did I hit the lamp? Did y'all hear the little ting?
I wreak battlefield havoc.
Ow, ow, 4 HP in a dream? 4 HP in a dream? Oh, jeez, oh. Wait, he has an explosive thing? What explosive thing does he have? Here, we'll do something else. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Every mortal is my subject.
Why not?
I rule all.
I wonder when the like banning phase comes in, because I'm guessing it's not in bronze, because we haven't had to do any kind of banning anything.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh, okay. Her animations are so slow for her bird. Cassandra Lee Morris is Morgana's voice. Oh, hi, Alex. They're banning and hiring, so that's what I think, because I've seen Kai play, and I know they have banning where Kai was playing.
Squirrel girl, in case you couldn't tell by the giant squirrel-like features.
That's Squirrel Girl, I hear.
Feel better, fight better.
The fullest powers of hell.
Assemble!
Oh, Jesus.
Here's this life.
He glitched his way around that corner. Had to reload! Oh my god. Listen, I just realized we probably shouldn't have just gone straight into the rank. I should have warmed up. Oh, hi! I was not paying attention. I was not paying attention. I usually like playing Hela, and this Star-Lord has been borderline ass this whole time, so I feel bad for dying to him. Let's try something else.
Knowing is literally.
I'm a little faster as Black Widow than I am.
Better stop that vehicle. Us against the world.
Armed and dangerous!
Oh my god.
We are undefeatable.
They're very good at. Oh, Jesus. Turning towards me, apparently. But no, Woo cardio? Yeah. Hela is. Well, hella slow. But.
Not after everything I've been through in the Red Room.
Here, we'll go down here. Jesus, I didn't realize they were all still alive. God damn it, get off me!
Stop them.
God damn it! I hate Jeff. Does everybody hate Jeff? I think everybody hates Jeff just because of how gimmicky his, like, one really good ability is. Because it's very much like, oh, Jeff's borderline harmless. Oh god, Jeff is getting a team wipe.
You think that topped me off? Thanks.
Chin up.
Hi.
It's now or never.
I wish it's Captain America a very happy. Fuck off! Ow, pain. Stuck on the wall. Stuck on the wall. God damn it. Do more push-ups in between matches? Okay, I will do that. Don't let me forget. Don't let me forget. I'll probably forget when this game ends.
I'll finish the job this time.
Wait, they're already under time.
Helping from the shadows. Another one gone dark.
Okay. I see you. Oh, whoops. Oh, shit. That's my own fault. That's my own fault. That's fucking funny. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. I got distracted. I turned to look at chat at the same time. I was scoped. That's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing.
Leave them to conjure.
Yeah, that's a hard oof.
It pleases me to be helpful. We are undefeatable! Plasma burst!
Oh my god. Fuck you, Groot.
Co-op time!
Oh, hi.
Assemble!
He wants my ass? Really, my guy? Oh my god. Fine. Oh, somebody's already done it. No, I'm just gonna have to stick with this. It's always weird that your character apparently spawns in before they give you, like, the camera angle.
Don't give them another hit!
Jesus, dude, get off me!
Armed and dangerous!
The current score is 3-2-3.
We have to do this again. This hasn't happened before. It's always been either a trounce or get trounced. Do we have the...
Stepping out of the shadows.
Oh, we have to do it again?
Heroes could make all the difference.
Wind,
We have to defend again? Wait, what? Where'd my image go? Hi, Robo. Thank you for getting a season pass. Oh, you gifted one. Cuckoo. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We're defending again.
We are cloak and dagger.
Works for me.
We are hope and fear.
Works for me.
Round 3, go!
Carrie, are you here? Checking in on Carrie. Carrie, are you live? Carrie, hello. Wait, what the fuck? Didn't I hit confirm? Hold on, what were they on about? Oh, just the did you give up? Okay.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Lights out.
Okay. No controversial one at a time strats. Paige and Carrie, Paige and Carrie. Hi, Carrie.
World might end. Would you feel better?
This is gonna end poorly with chat here.
No.
You brave soul, I wanna get higher rank.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, here they are now.
enemies helping.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. Feeling strong, everyone.
Nice, good set, good set.
I cannot understand what half the people that speak on this game are saying. It's maybe because my game volume is so low, because it actually is. It's much lower to me than it is to y'all.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, I got slapped. Also, did he say Captain Falcon?
Us against the world.
Back up, back up.
My time to shine.
That feels better. Leave them to consume.
Let me out.
Download one.
My life energy flows stronger.
I'm more trying to keep people alive, which is why I'm not doing too much swapping.
30 seconds.
Here we go.
Just keep fighting a little. Spider mode.
I'm also used to, what is it? In Overwatch, when like hitting Z would technically just...
Feeling stronger already.
Oh, Jesus, what was that?
The final 10 seconds. You stop them in their tracks. Us against the world. Let's keep fighting.
Just do the ult to keep them off. Okay.
My life energy flows stronger.
Uh-oh, he accidentally channeled Portal.
Captain America.
Get his ass! Get his ass!
We are undefeatable!
Armed and dangerous!
Gotcha, bitch! That was such a good right click. Oh, damn it. Fuck off, Captain.
That's the boost I needed. You are under my protection. You are welcome.
Captain America is such a massive backline diver. And I'm so far away. This is why I hate this map so much. Oh god, Mantis is here too. Yeah, I was gonna say they don't have any healers.
That vehicle! They made it halfway! Stop them! My time to shine.
Be careful, be careful, be careful. Where's the thing?
There's still a chance to stop them!
Seriously, you just used that, my guy. Oh my god. Okay, we got him off the point. That's good. Their overtime was so low, we got them off the point. That's fine.
Time to switch things up.
Okay, we basically just have to make it to the first checkpoint. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and
All right, I guess we're sticking with the same idea. Tarzan has not swapped once. Okay, listen, I know I've died a lot, but I'm calling BS on Garrett being the fucking ace. Because the fan base for Marvel? Yeah. It's the thing too is they did a good job making this game. It feels like they didn't like shy away very much from
the light force.
a lot of the fun stuff. The various mobilities between characters, the destructible environments, the like unique play styles. They're so much fun.
30 seconds before you attack.
They're so much fun.
Get ready.
So you taking Storm? I usually want to take Storm, but right now one of the other healers said, fuck you, I'm not playing healer, and force swapped to DPS.
I mean, it's not my fault an Egyptian god whispers in my brain and tells me who deserves his righteous vengeance.
There's a lady in my head who calls me Stud Muffin. I fucking love listening to Moon Knight's lines. That's all I hear.
3,
There's a lady in my head who calls me Stud Muffin. Oh, Jesus, my ass. Yeah, see, there's Punisher moments. See, there's your Punisher moments. Shit happens, and I am squishy baby. I'm squishy baby.
keep going.
Oh, the dome didn't get to them.
Your troubled days are over. I feel like myself again.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger. Just embrace the light.
Is that, did they just worm their way around saying the word AIDS? What year is it?
I am healed.
What year is this? Where are we?
Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
Alright, good shit, push up.
Listen, also her daggers are so much fun. Because they ricochet.
Here they are now. I feel like myself.
The dome, Garrett. Oh, we're too fucking far away.
Man.
Okay, they're trying to push them back as far as possible.
Be ready to fight.
I'm just gonna hang out here. There's a lady in my head who calls me Stud Muffin. Pardon me? Hey, you came close enough that I get to do this. Yeah.
My time to shine.
Captain America, Captain America,
Systems restored.
Captain America.
We are undefeatable. Us against the world.
Judge, jury,
Oh, they're so
executioner! Mutant-kind!
Never fear. We will soon reach the Weaver.
There we go.
GG's.
Final score. 4.
There we go.
3.
Okay. I still need to do push-ups. I know that. I know only really fun in a group. Solo queue was hell. I solo queue was hell, but nobody else has wanted to play ranked with me mostly. So, and I really want to play, I wanted to play it in general, but sometimes after stream, I don't have the energy for like high octane games. See, we're getting there. We need just like a couple more matches. Couple more wins. Although I do kind of wish that these guys hadn't like tried to fucking showboat at the beginning because it was kind of asshole-ish. And a little embarrassing for them to like tie it and us have to do a bonus round. That's embarrassing. All right, real quick. I need to do the push-ups. I ain't touching rigged until I update my computer. That's not a bad idea. It's pretty bad at the moment. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Let me do these 10 push-ups really quick before I forget. It's almost like making a game you want to enjoy versus making a game based on poll statistics is better. True. Thanks, Blizzard. Keep burning yourself to the ground. Push! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. All my friends are in platinum and I'm still in bronze. I just started later. Listen, it's fine. Listen, everybody has their own speed. It is okay. What do you mean, exclamation mark, Persona Sunstar? What about Persona? How did Persona come up? Did I say Persona? I don't think I did. Me not touching comp. It's not a bad idea to just avoid comp. I mean, I don't think I ever touched comp in, what's it called? In Overwatch. I don't think I ever touched it in Overwatch. And I barely touched it when I was much younger and played League. I never played it long enough because I would always be like, I remember having one season, I literally had a 12-game win streak that I was having so much fun. I was enjoying it to high hell. And then I had such a terrible game of like one person leaving mid-game, people raging at me because the person that left was in my lane. I was playing support Syra. And they raged at me saying it was my fault. And I felt so fucking bad after the match. I just never touched rank the rest of that season. I want the bragging rights. I want the bragging rights. I want to have a higher rank so I can have the bragging rights. And maybe the cool skins that may come with it later. You know, that kind of stuff. I'll be glad if Blizzard dies, the memory of finally being laid to rest and I could forget how they defiled my childhood. I can agree with that. Just watching World of Warcraft essentially be dragged around as a carcass is driving me insane. Like, if they want to keep World of Warcraft going, what they need to do is finish it, finish the current story, and then start a new one. Modern graphics, modern, like, technology. I don't mean modern, like, in the game technology. I mean using stuff that isn't from 2004. Oh, damn, guess I'm healer.
Life energy is a powerful weapon against evil.
And I played WoW for 16 years and have a fucking horde tattoo on my thigh. Like, for fuck's sake. You could have done better, Blizzard. You could have done better. Also, I love the skin. I love the skin. But yeah, honestly, I think this game at launch is already better than Overwatch at its peak. Which I don't even know for sure when Overwatch peak was. Maybe at launch. Maybe at its initial launch, like 2017. But it's something. This game, however, feels smooth. It feels clean. They released with more heroes at launch than Overwatch has now after 7 years.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Careful, guys.
Hey, Parker, go girl.
Wounds are gone. Thanks.
Wait, who's our second healer again? It's Luna.
How many gods are there?
Oh, that's my own fault. That's my own fault. Take this fucking building down. It's also like, when it comes to Mantis, Mantis is mostly, she boosts damage, but she also gives HOTS, which is heal over time. So it's a little weird to play. I'm also trying to keep an eye on the point, because if they swap to Strange, they could teleport just onto the point. Oh! Oh, come on! Seriously? Somebody on the enemy team left. Who's Genji 2.0? Genji 2.0 in this game would basically be either Iron Fist. Segi plays a lot of Iron Fist. Segi's crazy good at Iron Fist. It'd be Iron Fist, or it would be Psylocke. Psylocke's really fun. I like Psylocke. I'm not super good with her yet, but she's really fun. No, I don't think it was the Thor rage quit. So I think it was somebody else that was just like left in base. And the thing that sucks though is it basically, I'm sure they get penalized in some way, because it does say that the person disconnecting gets penalized. But it sucks that a game where it's like, oh my God, we're winning, we're crushing them. This is going to be, I'm going to get points. I'm going to rank up. It's awesome. And then one fucking like little shithead who can't take losing just disconnects. And we lose our like, what would have been probably like a nice win. What was definitely a skill-based win. Except for the one person who was like Alt F4 and then goes and cries in the corner. But yeah, I don't think it was the Thor. Because Thor was still moving. Usually the people that quit, you can tell they're quitting because they're just standing still somewhere. I'm the only person I've ever seen thus far that has the Storm banner.
Hero or villain, I'm not judging.
Take more notes. This is Capture the Royal Palace, which is, I think, the location capture. But it looks like I'm going to be stuck playing healer. Looks like I'm playing healer. Iron Fist makes me want to punch drywall. Yeah, depending on which character you're playing, selective characters can't do anything against Iron Fist once he's on them. At that point, the only counter is your team to turn around and help you. But learning to play characters that are really good at countering Iron Fist is never a bad idea. Like Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch is a super safe character to play. She can keep herself alive most of the time and deals tons of damage. You get an achievement? Really? Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that when we get to whichever map that is. I'm almost always stuck playing tank. I don't like tank in this game. There's none of the tanks that really like jump out at me. Can I say something? Okay, no. Oh shit, I didn't confirm. I didn't confirm. That's my bad. That's my bad. Okay, no, this is Loki's bedroom. Tank feels kind of bad. Depends on how you're playing the tanks. Every tank that person I've seen that plays tank and is good at it, they enjoy the shit out of tank.
Thank you.
Oh, the first thing, thank you. Oh my god. Oh, that dash. Hi, magic. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, there's Spider-Man. I was like, where did that come from? If it's not loaded? Yeah, I don't know. Just earlier it started doing that. I don't know why. I really don't. It does it on occasion, but there's no, like...
A heal would have been nice.
Yeah, there's already on him somewhere. Let's just say, it's the downside too. Blinded. Oh, hi, Spider-Man. Let's do this. Let's get some more direct healing. Jesus. Well, he hasn't got a single kill. He's not finishing anybody off.
Their team's capture progress has passed the
the amazing Spider-Man!
Jesus, Penny. Oh my god. We have two characters that are supposed to be really good at picking people off, and the most kills they have is 3. 3! See, this is the thing. This is what I'm saying. You get games where you either get decimated like this, or you dominate. And it's the point where somebody leaves, where you lose that like little bit. Oh my god.
You guys gotta heal me, bro. These guys are trash.
Chat, do I BM? I want to BM. I want to BM so bad. I want to BM so bad.
My time to shine. Just embrace the light.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Alright, we lost.
Oh my god.
We have no chance. It's over.
You gotta heal me, dude. You gotta heal me. Scold his ass. We'll see what he says in this next one.
There's always a
Or if he
source
just
of
leaves. If he
light
just
in
leaves,
darkness.
that's good for me. We won't get a loss.
When you healers swap out with DPS with me?
Oh, I could do that. I will gladly do that.
You don't.
I will gladly do that.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
If you're not gonna heal, I'll heal. Fucking hell.
Luna Snow.
Works for me. You can keep bitching the rest of the match if you want to.
Always an honor to meet a fan. Play them on the oldies.
You will crumble.
For a girl with those powers, I suddenly feel pretty uncool. The battle starts in 5, 4.
Did y'all see the fucking Jeff the Shark pop up there and just like, ah!
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Gods live here. Actual gods.
Oh god, they're going top.
Amazing. Ice up.
Folded, yeah. Oh, wait. Why is he ulting already? Here, just don't engage with him. Oh, that's the minion.
Mission area is yours to capture now. We are undefeatable.
That's the enemy. Jesus, their healing is so good. What is that bonus health? Last Overwatch comp game I played? There's Odin's Throne. Wait, is that... Oh, is that what's not right next to the map?
My work
Or sorry, right next to the area? Wait, what? Wouldn't apologize for winning a custom game we played? Wait, what? Oh, up on top of the map? Okay, I gotcha. That's probably not something I want to, like, mess with. Come here, Spider-Man. Where'd you go?
Goodbye. I like the cold.
Oh, there she is. I was gonna say, she's got to be here somewhere. Oh!
The grand finale.
She needs to go down, but Jesus Christ, the healing. How are they getting so much healing? Die, damn it.
Us against the world.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Hi, guys.
Double KO. That's 3. Control C's.
They pushed into our back section,
A commendable effort.
but again, objective gameplay.
Goodbye.
They killed what? What did they kill? Hi, Spider-Man.
There they are.
now a disappearing.
You have made your father proud.
Under my spell.
Woo!
Disappearing.
What was that? Ooh, I'm in a lot of pain. I could use some heals. Oh, okay, I didn't get my dome off. That's my own bad. That was weird. All right, there's the ad break, guys. I'm sorry I can't do the words on stream for y'all because we're in the middle of a match. But this is just one of those streams where it's better to have sub or what's it called? Turbo. If you have Turbo too, you don't get ads, but whoever you watch gets it as if you watch the ads. It's actually really good. Oh, I'm only the one here. Oh, that's bad. Hi guys. Hi, how are you doing down there?
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway
It's sub to everyone, but I'm not that rich in Turbo. It is, yeah, I like having Turbo. Turbo's really nice.
stage left.
What is he
My
doing?
work here is not done.
Oh, okay, he was trying to ping, I think.
Goodbye. For now.
Oh, that was ours, wasn't it? Yeah.
Against the world.
Oh, what? Why did it get canceled? What? I've gained a sub from a gift sub. Oh, wait, that's interesting. Oh, was it like you gifted and like Valorant gifted you one, basically?
Reborn from the chaos.
So hard to kill those healers. What the fuck is going
The
on?
Amazing Spider-Man!
Oh, they got this one. That's fine. That's fine. Is that how that happened, Robo? Is that what happened?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh, well. That's fine. It was a little better. Oh, well, this had a chrono shield. No points lost. Works for me. All right. We have about 50 seconds, so I can wait it out. I can wait it out for the ad break. No one gave me a sub not too long ago. Oh, okay. Sorry, I read that wrong. I misunderstood the way it was said. I was like you gifted one and you gifted your own and it came back and it was like, that is not at all what you said. I completely misunderstood. Yeah. But yeah, Turbo's always good. Turbo, I think, is actually one of Twitch's best service, even if it's like... Enjoy the show! Ran, thank you for gifting a sub to Haneru. But I think... I'm trying to remember. I don't remember the exact price. I think it's $12. It's basically the cost of 2 subs. So if you wish you could sub to more than 2 people to avoid ads, then it's already worth getting Turbo. Undivorced. Yeah, but Rin does things all the time that he didn't need to do. Except the things that he's supposed to do. Like, you know, rig a full body. But there's things that can't happen because shit's fucking busted and Rin has a potato. Rin makes his shit on a potato. I like your emotes, so you deserve it. Can you give 3 examples? The hair, the full body, and... the smoke. Yes, it does. That is true. Yes, that is fact. It has 5 less layers than 1800. It has 1795. It's even funnier watching it try to load in VTS. This is why I'm 3D. It's okay. It's okay. The thing was too, is the art was extremely affordable. For what I got, it was so affordable. I got a custom full life. And they told me I got a discount on the next thing because it took so long for the first one. Not adding the individual smoke animation for each arm/arm top. Correct! It's on the art? What do you mean you can't do it? What do you mean? Also, it's not 1800 anymore because you removed so many layers because you couldn't do it. Wait. Yes! I get to go damage! What are we doing? Capture? Oh, okay, we're capturing again.
You don't have
Let's do
to be
this.
a witch
Let's
to
do
find
this.
the magic in this world, but it does help.
Don't talk shit about your rigor live on stream. I'm just picking on Rin. You'd have to play with me to pay that off? That's true. That's true. The hair alone was, what, 400? If y'all don't get what it... Okay. So 2.0 actually has 1.0's hairstyle as a layer.
Surrounds us.
Multiple layers. It's definitely multiple layers. But Rin's cost for hair is 400, which is bonkers. It's very hard. It's very hard to convince myself to pay that for one hairstyle.
But you have already proven your
That's a lot. That's a lot for just a hairstyle. Oh, wait. Can I spray Loki's bed?
4,
Here.
3,
Here we go.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission.
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
Got it.
Shooting skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
What are you up to? Schmack. I'm all with the healer. Excuse me, pardon me. A Hulk.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh God. Here we go.
I need assistance. Chaos control.
You can always count on me.
Hi, Spider-Man. Get your ass back here. Thank you.
The mission area is yours.
Okay. Okay.
We're in control.
Right now, because I'm pretty sure it's still 1800. Oh, onk.
Step carefully.
Oh, hi.
My horse needs more time.
Yeah. Spider-Man. Get your chicken shit down here. Oh, Jesus. Gotcha, bitch.
The arm has been removed from play.
Friends, gather around. I am wounded.
Take your fucking shield down. Thank you.
Half of the mission area. Keep going.
No, Moon Knight, I'm not letting you fuck about.
Khonshu cannot save you this time.
Well, less on to worry about.
Gotcha, bitch. I didn't even realize he was so low health. That was just like one tick on poor Spider-Man. Leaving you plenty of time to kill the Spider-Man.
Bogey's incoming.
Fantastic.
You needed some help, didn't
There's
you?
something about this place. One of Moon Knight's arms.
I don't think the guy who's playing Moon Knight knows how to play Moon Knight. Controversial one at a time, Scrap.
Under my spell.
Okay. Oh, hi. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I landed in the Khonshu ability. That's fine. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's fine. So we're buying ingredients for the dessert. I want to make. Are you making the millionaire shortbread again,
Same mistakes again.
or did you ever make it the first time? I think I'm gonna save my ult for the next match. Yeah, because I think we got this one.
Us against the world.
Yeah, we got this one. There's a lady in my head who calls me Stud Muffin. I only got the thermometer yesterday. Only the thermometer? Wow, you asked for money for your job? Wait, what?
Chaos.
I know, I'm just picking on Rin. But it's expensive.
Who is in control?
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Oh, look at him in his little warmer. His little
30
snowsuit.
seconds before
He's
you
just a
attack.
little guy.
Ready?
Here, have a ball.
Where'd you get them?
It was my dad's.
It requires a thermometer. I know it does, but you only got a thermometer?
I took over.
You know who killed him?
Save your ult for this, etc.
Revenge.
Pants
I
grab.
just want to carry
Pants grab. Listen, you know what Scarlet Witch's ult is, right?
The battle
Right?
starts in 5,
You understand what you're
4,
asking for.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Ooh.
Got it?
Okay, this is a hard map for Scarlet's ult.
The collector must be stopped.
Collector? What do you want about? Who's the collector? If you'll excuse me, I'm coming out the window. And of course, taking these towers down, because fuck these towers.
Hostiles up front.
Shake it up.
My magic is growing.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oof. Oh, they have a Hella now. Jesus, that moon. Okay, the Moon Knight's figuring it out.
Leave the magic to the grown-ups.
Don't touch my shark. Don't touch my shark. Hi, damn it.
Simply magical. Feeling stronger already.
Listen, man, you're not going to get very far. I do apologize.
It's my way.
Here comes the controversial one at a time strat.
Mission area is
Take
yours.
this pillar down. Come on.
Another one for us. Shake it up.
See, another good part of figuring out how the map works is knowing which parts to destroy too,
Oh,
because
assistance.
it gives them less footing. The Spider-Man! You never stood a chance, boy! Hi guys, I'm here to be a problem.
You think
This is stupid. Hi! That was too funny. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist.
Epic victory.
Instead of 9,600 a year, I get 12,000. Ooh. Oh wow, really? Penny. You don't say. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, no, not the highlight. No! I want that Venom skin. I think if you're playing on PlayStation or something, you can. I'm pretty sure. Also, hold on. I want to check something real quick. I want to know what I need to do to get higher ranks. Where is she? So, proficiency. Because you get cool rewards for doing this. Like, you get a new spray, which I already got. But you can change, like these. These, I think, are really cool. And I want them. And I want the Lord portrait, too. I want the portrait. Give me. But, okay, stun with Dark Seal, final hits, damage. Hero usage reaches 60. Okay. And it's just because it's so much proficiency. Okay. It's pretty much just says play her. Just play her. Okay. There isn't cross progression, just cross play, so we'll have to buy it. Yes, you probably will then. You easiers? Yeah. Pay me whenever you can as a payment. You just don't gotta ask me using a deep voice. Nah, Rin, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Honestly, I don't think it's the biggest thing in the world. Maybe save it for further down the road. Because I need to focus on like the other things that I need to upgrade on stream. I still only have like one background that's still hasn't been finished that I thought was gonna be finished during winter break. Wait, what do you mean winter? Are you manifesting? Is that what this is? Fuck, I don't want a tank! Fuck!
You are insignificant.
Oh god. I don't think anybody was a gold rank. That doesn't make any sense. I'm in bronze 1. I go, sorry, bye-bye. I can't believe Rin's dead. I can't believe Rin's dead.
Round
Chasing spiders.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh, right. He doesn't have multiple stacks of the swing like Spider-Man does. Like Spider-Man. Woo! Okay.
The battle starts in
I'm
5,
just a big dude.
3,
I'm just a big
2,
dude.
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission
Poke,
area.
poke, poke. Poke, poke. Hi, guys. Is that a witch? Did she come out and just vanish again? Listen, his range is close. He's building down. I have both their healers over here, so like... Iron Fist. Hi, Thor. Ow, pain. Listen, I will sit here and I will poke you all day. Oh, we don't... Where'd my... Oh. Oh, Rocket was way back there. That's my own fault. He killed me? Damn. Damn, can't believe it. Can't believe it. I'll do it again. Yum. Hi, guys. Get off my healer. What the hell? I am frozen. We'll just hang out here a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. Wow, it actually still latched onto her. Shit. Oh, I fucked up. I forgot I changed my settings a while back for both of the swinging characters in this game. I have to hold shift to swing, so I tapped shift and I swung slightly and then just dropped. Oh, hey, buddy. Where did the Iron Man come from? Oh, I was like, what am I also taking damage from? Die, Jesus.
I am ready to put on a show.
Jesus, he's still back there just messing them up. Is nobody playing anything that can respond to him?
Venom lives.
Better stop that vehicle. I like the cold.
But it's a pain because I can't reach him. See? Oh no, that's me hitting his head. Those pings. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong button. I see you up there.
Chance to stop them.
That's our Hella.
On your 6.
I am the goddess.
Die, damn you! Die, damn you! Okay.
Asgard is
So broken, one of the devs may be a huge Lee Lin fan. Lin Lee? Oh, right. This is the Swordmaster Iron Fist, isn't it? Oh, hi. Let me up. Let me up. Come here. Hi. Tear the walls down! Oh, God. Oh, I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. Send help! I need an adult! That's not ours. That's not ours! Tear down these walls. Yeah.
Better stop that vehicle.
Nice. Okay.
It's more than just a mechanized suit of armor. It's my best friend.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop
Uh-oh.
them.
Hi. Hi, guys. It was a wrong button. It was a wrong button. I am an adult. Oh, God. Okay.
Ready for another?
Better stop
I don't like any of the tanks. I hate all of them. I hate them all. I hate, there's none of their kits that I enjoy or that I like, and I hate all of their playstyles. Which is weird because I fucking love Diva.
I am ready to put on a show.
She ulted, that's actually kind of funny. And he ulted, that's not great. Nobody's picking off any of the DPS either. Well, our Hella's actually fucking killing it, but, you know. I'm fucking feeding. Needs a dedicated playing player? Correct. At least I need another tank that's just like actually a Hi.
Don't give them another inch. Or else.
Oh, I got fucking stuck.
The god of thunder!
Oh my god, you can hit the drum. Oh, it didn't, couldn't hit the ceiling. Listen, I can play literally any other role across multiple kinds of playstyles.
The current score is
I literally can't play tank.
3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
No. No, I still have to play tank. Nothing. All right, I'm still tank. Forget the match. Still now a drummer. Let's go. Oh my god, I hate tanking. Fuck your TVs. Fuck your TVs. Fuck your TVs.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Had to get all of them.
What manner of creature?
Fraggle, fraggle. Fraggle, fraggle.
You enter my realm, I will know everything.
2099
Okay,
burning?
can you please switch to like Scarlet Witch?
He's just running it forward.
The battle starts in 5.
I don't think he's paying attention. He's just running it forward.
2, 1.
Sweet.
Don't forget, securing the mission area is your top priority.
What's up, nerds? Listen, I can be annoying. I can be a distraction. I can get everybody else all back on the point. Yeah, this is stupid. Oh my god. It feels too chaotic. I can't tell what's happening. My brain hurts. Somebody kill that fucking Iron Man!
Don't quit on me now, little buddy. We have returned.
God damn, Flyer's the easiest thing in the world to kill, and the Hawkeye's still not doing anything.
This round goes to me.
I got you, Shark Buddy. I got you. Exiled. Exiled? Wait, who does exiled? Oh my god. That Iron Fist came on screen and I lagged. I swear he's back here. There he is. Jesus! This is a bad match.
You can't get rid of us so easy.
I'll patch you up.
Behold the god of thunder!
Is that Hulk that does that? Show ya. I'd say I was just trying to use that to stay alive. Okay. I'll eat that, that's fine. That's gonna suck. Yep. Cool. Chat, I need a hug.
Just what the doctor ordered.
You can't get rid of us so easy.
I would almost rather have no tanks and just fucking say do it myself.
See the adversary.
Move it along.
Down to 30 seconds.
Okay, there's his ult. Finally. Excuse me, I'm gonna come stand on the point.
Who's the man? I am.
Jeez, that actually hurt him a lot. Thank you. Jesus. Oh, hi. I don't think the animation on that is working properly.
Us against the world.
Okay, Hawkeye got that hidden. Oh, hi.
The god
I have to keep picking my mouse up to keep rotating around. This fucking... I hate this. Is Marvel Rivals? Yeah, it is Marvel Rivals. Hi, Tara. I was not paying attention to my health at all.
Final score.
Ugh.
0, 2, 3.
No, not Tank Arc. I don't care for any of the tanks. I don't want to get good at any of the tanks because I don't want to play the tanks. I like, there's characters in the healers and the DPS that I like. I don't give a shit about the tanks. If they want me to play a tank, add a different tank. Add a different goddamn tank. I hate it. I hate it. There's always such a slim chance that I'm going to be forced to tank, and when it happens, it sucks. It sucks so much. Also, like I said before, I've already finished the battle pass, but I have so many of these coins. So I'm guessing these are all, like, these coins are going to carry over since they're doing, like, the universal. Like, all the season passes you can kind of, like, go back to. Rogue is tank win? I wish. I don't think Rogue's going to be a tank, though. I think if Rogue gets added, Rogue's probably going to be a DPS. Penny's the only tank I love. I still don't like Penny because Penny's very much, like, control point tank. Iron Fist wants to give you a hug. Well, no, because they tune every hero down. Like, let me see here. So, Cloak and Dagger are technically OP in, like, their full power. Doctor Strange is OP in his full power. Hela's literally a goddess. Loki's literally a god, and depending on which one you go with, like this one, motherfucker has Yggdrasil. Scarlet Witch is literally an Omega level mutant. Storm's an Omega level mutant that can actually control weather at a global scale. Namor can control the oceans. He's technically kind of strong in like his own way. I like the design for Namor in this game. I think Namor looks fucking killer in this game. Magic, I think if I remember correctly, is like Queen of Hell or something. Something like that. Limbo? I forget. I forget exactly. What was that? Yeah, Robo, that's a poor idea to say in somebody's chat. Also, Thor's here. It's old Thor too. It's big, strong old Thor. You got the Jeff skin? Hell yeah. But yeah, everything's scaled down to like a moderately superhero scale. Is the Limbo pulled in? No! Wait, she is? When we're getting Thor, God of Punching, I'm just waiting on Jane Foster Thor. Do you think they're gonna make Jane Foster Thor a skin, or do you think they're gonna make her a separate Thor, like DPS? Also, fucking Sunstar was so fast on that, I didn't even see the message. It just popped up and it went straight to deleted. God, I hope they have alternates. I bet they will. I bet they will.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh, what the fuck? Adobe Acrobats. Oh my God, there's a tank. Okay, this is Escort. Oh my God, I get to go DPS. I can kiss you. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. I don't want her. Scarlet.
You don't have to be a witch to find
Here we go.
magic in this world, but it does help.
Yeah, I could see Jane as DPS. The thing is Thor also feels like a DPS. Because, like, his build is basically like, you get bonus armor for just being in people's fucking faces. So you want to be in people's faces as much as possible.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
They did a really good job, though, of making, like, the tanks technically and stuff feel good at times. I'm probably just not used to them. Because, like, I've seen what Captain America can do in good hands.
That's too awesome.
We don't have a... Okay, it's just Captain America. Because if it was Thor, I would swap to Storm instead. We don't have enough tanks DPS? Yes, it's the Doomfist scenario.
Battle starts in 5,
It's the Doomfist scenario, if you will.
3, 2, 1. Don't forget.
I think this is actually the first time I've had this map in ranked.
Tactics again. Everything
Yeah.
has to be watertight.
Okay.
There they are.
Who's... Oh, that's Punisher. Oh, it's Dagger hitting me.
That one hurts.
Ah, that's better.
I like the cold.
I underestimated you, Liana.
No! Get your ass back here!
Be right there.
A snow venom.
You're not going anywhere.
Okay.
That symbiote is scary.
That went great. Healer Ultron is just weird, even weirder than Loki Healer. I disagree. I disagree. Because they're making him it seems like it's gonna be what do you call it? I'm trying to think of the word.
Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
Feeling stronger already.
Hello? Oh, I heard a character say behind me and I was like, what? Hi, Venom.
You're not going anywhere.
Oh wow, I didn't realize his shield swallowed things. Whee! Hi guys. Woo! Oh, that was a good sleep. Oh, she's just giving me the full sleep. That's kind of funny.
For now.
Anyway,
Ah, that's
You're halfway there. Keep going.
that worked out. Velatra, Izzy! What are you up to? My only issue with Venom skin is that you look like a huge ass target. Yeah, he's so bright. What are you doing up here? Oh, he got me. Okay. This Punisher is playing, the enemy Punisher is playing really far back. Also, something I found out is, what's her name? Magic. If you're playing Magic, you can actually, basically spam your melee. If you do left click, regular melee button, emote made in chat. I haven't made it yet. I haven't put it in yet because I'm saving it for the debut, Izzy. I've added so many of the other new emotes already. I'm gonna save the rest for the debut. It's in the preview channel in the Discord. God, it took me so long to get here, then the fucking point just moves. Okay, I'm gonna stay on the point. I just realized the person's name is Motherfucker. Amazing.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Whoops. Okay. Sleep now. Good night, Pray. Thank you for swinging in. Thank you for hanging out. With Doctor Strange sets a portal right up with the NBC that drops either scars. Oh yeah, that shit's fun. It's been a fun stream. I still feel like this is way too close. I feel like it needs to be further back. It needs to be way further back.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
What are you up to today, Izzy? Strange Portal had a shorter cooldown, but I see why not. Yeah, it's supposed to have a decently long cooldown, but it's extremely useful. McWang, goddamn. I just realized the Punisher's name is McWang. We got McWang, the motherfucker, guy who died, Lord Lemon, praise be to Lord Lemon, and Jeffafa. Naeem the Jeffafa. Mibble Bibbles, enjoy your Mibble Bibbles. Listen, I can BM to my own team. I won't BM to the enemy team.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Rat Horde.
Well, look at you. Are you a superhero? What can you do?
Okay.
Okay, I'll let you show me.
Nyah. True, surrender is technically an option that I also didn't know about until earlier when that other team surrendered.
3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Heads up, hostile. Someone should have.
McWing is so agreed to a surrender. There we go. All right, that works for me. Works for me. Patch or two ago? Okay, that makes sense.
Victory.
Nice. Nice. I like seeing healers and tanks get MVP. Silver, let's go. Nice. Obviously, Strange do an infinite fall portal trick right outside a spawn sometime. You can do that. It's pretty fun. I've seen some people do it. But yeah, see, we'll see what it's gonna be like as we like go up in ranks. But right now, it very much feels like games go, you either get squashed or you do the squashing. Oh, there was something I was gonna look at. What was it? I forget what it was. Izzy's here! Izzy, I'm doing ranked. Is that okay? Do you want me to get in Discord? I can get in Discord. I can get in Discord. Izzy's gonna yell at me that I'm bad. That's totally fine. No need for now? Okay. Are you good to go? Or do we want to wait? Because I can yap until you're done eating. I can yap until you're done eating. And Izzy got the Venom skin. The thing that I hate about this skin is it makes you look like a real big target. Opens wallet. Yeah, I do have a dedicated tank. Izzy likes the tanks. I'm not a fan. True. Let me see that. Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, once you hit silver, you can join the championship. Okay. Please note that rank requirements will increase. Okay, that makes sense. Makes sense. Groot is my favorite, but Venom is my eye candy? That makes sense. That makes sense. No, go. Okay. People seem to like the Venom cake. It's funny. The Venom cake is funny. It's though, I think after this round, I need to take Coco out. So we'll take a couple minutes and I will probably, hi Kings, I will probably run the ad break a little early. Astral sent me a mod of Venom. It's just, I've seen that mod. Let me think, what all mods have I seen? I've seen Nude Squirrel Girl and Fat Squirrel Girl.
Pick your hero.
I've seen Dong Venom. Oh, all right, got some healing. Works for me.
Our cloak and dagger. We are hope.
It works for me. We have 2 very decent AoE DPSs. We'll see how this goes. Mods? Yeah, there's mods. Mod? I'm trying to think of some of the other ones I've seen. I've seen the one where it's the fucking Jeff skin stretched over Spider-Man. What other ones were there? You have the model? Oh no. Oh no.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Izzy, what you doing with the model? What you doing with that model?
So, you commune with ancient gods?
No, not mods, as in chat mods.
On occasion, but to serve as one's avatar must be exhausting.
There's a lady in my head who calls me Stud Muffin. I'm sorry. Also, Goddess of Death, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Enjoy the show.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Let's be real, honestly. It's aesthetically pleasing.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It's aesthetically pleasing, okay.
I beat Dr. Doom once and I'll do it again if he gets in my face.
Aw, we got a Squirrel Girl main. She's got the Miss Lala skin. Fruit wall time. Oh, a Loki. Oh. Where'd she go?
I appreciate you.
Looks like the mission
Oh, I'm sorry, Izzy.
area is yours to capture now. Everybody needs a hand. Capture the mission area.
I'm trying. Oh, god damn it, Groot. Groot walls everywhere.
Loki is a god, but I am.
I was getting kind of worried there.
Just embrace the light.
Oh, no. Oh my god, I just watched Strange back up into the fucking lava.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Listen, we can ricochet things. Taps on the point. I don't have line of sight.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger. Just embrace the light. Us against the world. I need
Ding, 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 ding. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I just kind of like the tinking sounds whenever you hit like an invulnerable character. Oh, hi. Ah, shit. Yeah, between the animations of swapping from dagger to cloak, and then trying to right-click cloak to get that sweet little like invis and invuln, it's so slow. It's so slow. Which is kind of a twig. In the comic, she's very twiggy, and like she is thin here, but they did the comic book thing and gave her one hell of a butt. Oh, I whizzed that past the ground that I meant to, but that's still a decent spot, actually.
Against the world! Please, we're hurt.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
The area's almost yours! We're taking over the area.
Ow. I don't have any other things that pass moves. Okay, there's a dome. There's a dome. That's Spider-Man? No, that's Little Banner. Kill the Little Banner!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
The squirrels get the win.
Okay. Oh, I think we got this. Perfect. Perfect. We need more half jackets. I agree. Wholeheartedly. Every character designs needs another half jacket.
Before we had
Don't let Beauty Banner grow up. Amazing.
that bond is unbreakable.
Amazing. Yum yum yum. Are you eating? Yum yum yum. Yum 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 yum.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Half jackets for those, Izzy.
You got
You and I both know
I always thought so. Now let's kick some butt. shall
it's
we?
not an Izzy design without a half jacket.
Be
At
there
least
for
in the last
understand
18
animals.
months.
I wish I could do that.
Yeah, all you have to do is listen.
Half jackets are cool, okay?
Does anybody
Okay.
know? He's such an
The battle starts in 5,
patronizing
4,
himself.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Imagine half a jacket. What a notion. Is it left half or right half?
Worlds where I do not exist.
Tippy Toe spotted bad guys. There they are.
They have a portal back there. Why didn't they portal themselves right onto the point? Oh, I was not paying attention. That's my own bad. I did not realize I jumped into Hulk just swinging away. Copycats! Excuse you?
Ooh, a touch of
Still
healing.
here.
That was my own bad.
Don't you put me
That was my own bad. Izzy's gonna be mad at me for doing half-ass paying attention ranked. Since 2001? Have you? I mean, you can have the same, like, character at, like, a base. But I wouldn't think it's the exact same design.
Yes! One down.
Also, old. I'm sorry. Oh, hi.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
My friends are here!
Stampede.
Good medicine.
I'm telling Team Kill you later tonight in Helldivers. I bet you didn't even have to tell me you were going to do that on purpose. Oh, I already figured that was going to be part of the equation. It's also kind of interesting when Dagger ricochets and it goes to... Oh, hi.
Appreciate the boost.
Ding, 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 ding.
My time to shine. You captured more than half of the mission area.
Can I get some ricochets to get that strange heal? No, I can't. He's too far away. I'm swinging here. Team Kill and Bowden Helldivers. No! Wait, what's in here? What are you? A liquid in a container? Oh, Jesus. Reloading.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
You get nothing. Good day.
Needs a hand sometimes. Or a
We aren't going to be in your Winter Soldier compilation, bud. I'm sorry.
is almost yours. We are undefeatable. Gather around. Us against the world.
Good medicine.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Friends are here.
Sorry, Loki. That went great. Again, no. You're not getting your Winter Soldier compilation done today. I'm sorry. It's just not gonna happen. Let's go. Listen, you can hate Squirrel Girl mains, okay? It's just not allowed. Damn, 25-0. Let's go. Sorry. I'm sorry I had to. You're in the Wood Division compilation now. Amazing. Izzy! Bucky mains they don't get to again a dozen times. Yep. Marin's in the Wood compilation. Let's go. Let's go. I'm in the hear me out cake. That fucking face, Izzy. No, that's not allowed. God, I hate it and love it so much. Yes, and then you can just put the lid right back here and let it simmer for a while, giving you plenty of time to kill the Spider-Man. I'm sorry. I am Green Goblin cord as shit today. Oh wait, did I rank up proficiency? Let's go. Nice. Let's go. I still don't get any of the cool little effects yet. None of the characters I play I've gotten to captain. Unfortunate. All right, is he ready? You good? I like to check. You good? Carrie, are you in an kind of mood today? That's like your third of the day. Okay. Oh my god, we made it to 2 seconds. It's a record. No? Are you sure? 1 sec? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we haven't gotten Izzy bumped to Silver 2 yet. Damn.
You'll need a top-notch team.
Oh goodness, why do I have the hiccups now? Oh right, I was gonna take Coco out. That's what it was. Chat, don't let me forget. I need to take Coco out after this match. Okay. Okay.
You don't have to be a
Actually, I'm gonna do something dangerous. I'm gonna do something very dangerous. Excellent. Excellent. Although if this is, I believe we're pushing self-care time, babe. Self-care.
Somewhere in the world is a little girl like I once was.
Also, wait a second. There's a window up here. I can look out.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I never realized before there was a fucking window up here.
I am happy to see you too.
New keyboard, not so dirty because I'm too tired to genuinely focus on doing any chatting. It's still in its box. Yes, because I can't type the letter Y on my keyboard. It's simply just me working on what I've got. Okay.
The battle starts in 5.
There's a Venom.
3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh, there's a Hella.
So here we must make our stand.
More powerful yet.
We must cut off Loki's supply of Pronovium. Hello, friends.
A timely boost.
Oh, I missed her. Ouch. Okay. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, ouch. Okay, yeah, we're gonna swap something else. We'll do it this way. So with Hella on their team, if I can get rid of her or keep her distracted enough where she just keeps missing her shots, then I get messed up. Which is the downside of Storm. Storm is so slow that if they just look at her and have anything longer than 2 seconds of concentration, they will take her out. She's so much fun to play. Hi, damn it.
That's 3.
I have 16 health.
Chin up. Wow, 4 in a row.
Okay, there we go. Oh,
Amazing.
Venom?
You were under my spell.
There we go.
Way to go.
At least it boosts like Iron Man. Oh yeah, something like that. Something where she can like maybe zoom around or maybe like a windshield. Now get your ass back here.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Here, have a ball. Have a ball, it's fine.
Be right.
Baby Joe spotted bad guys. There they are. What lovely beasts.
I just realized Izzy also has Christmas tree Groot, which is so cute. You're really good at Wanda? I like Wanda.
Revenge is mentally unhealthy.
Wanda's super fine. The thing too is they've made her, she's like a 1-star in terms of difficulty.
You don't have to be alone.
I can hang out here. I'm fine with that. I am fine with that.
Armor patch here. Pay up.
The gods themselves are counting on us.
I'm wounded.
She has a very well-rounded kit. She has her own survivability. She deals plenty of damage. Her ult is terrifying. I didn't realize how many armor packs that Rocket had been dropping all around. Hi Venom, welcome back. Where'd he go? He's just gone. Oh, he's fighting in the back. Oh, portal. Here. I'm gonna put a, you know, stun spear on there. Oh, hi Venom. Nice range. Come here. Oh, hi. Yeah, I was definitely gonna go down for that. So I wasn't gonna try to ult just to be taken out, so that's fine. I still have ult though. It has its own healing, but its self-healing doesn't activate until you get healed by any amount. For any amount. Okay, okay. Is that true? I thought it was a passive. I thought he had to hit low health for his passive to activate. Could have swore that's what it was. Give
Loki stronger. Hurry.
me that armor.
Help, friends.
This is fine. Oh, hi, Namor. Namor. Ow, Jesus. I didn't realize how much damage that boosted Squid did.
Such an amazing creature.
Hi, Hella. Oh. Bitch. This game have Spider-Man? Yes, there's Spider-Man. Spider-Man is in this game, and he's a goddamn menace.
Just another sucker with suckers.
Yeah, Spider-Man is in this game. He's like a mix of ranged and melee. He's mostly melee. His auto attacks are melee. Ooh. Hi, Venom. Good stun. Good stun. Damn, look at her go. That Hella was so low health, but that's fine. What are we gonna get? Oh my god, I wish. I wish we would get new announcers, because I've also heard apparently people are complaining on forums and stuff about Galacta already. That like people hate hearing Galacta's voice. Oh, hey. Oh, I guess I still got hit by that whale. Oh yeah, I did. It counted as me being hit by that whale. That's nuts. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
Want to make the same mistakes again.
Die, leave, die, come back, die again. But Galacta is Morgana? No, Luna, I'm pretty sure, is Galacta. Not Galacta. Luna, I'm pretty sure, is Morgana. Because that's what y'all seem to be responding to. Alright, well, there's the ad break. I'm not going to get to run it when I... Oh wow, the effect where his like tentacles are kind of terrifying.
2, 0.
EPDPs until dinner and then I'm gonna knock the fuck out. Oh god.
Side you're on.
Gur?
You don't have to be a
Gur?
witch
What
to find
Gur?
the magic
Why
in
Gur?
this world. But it does help.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm gonna stick with this. I'm gonna stick with this. I'm trying my best. Spawn die, spawn die, spawn die. That was my own mistake, though. It was my own mistake. I also didn't realize that I was in his like whale radius. But their streams did a really good stun.
Share of mistakes. But I am fighting every day to make amends. Be right back.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Apparently an ult tag from Overwatch is annoying people, but it's effective. 3 healers, 3 tanks. I'm not surprised because the tanks can also deal a significant amount of damage. Like, Izzy's currently our ace. Izzy, like, Groot can do tons of damage, especially because one of his abilities is, like, his walls can actually attack people near them. It's limited, but it deals a lot of damage.
4, 3, 2, 1.
My magic is growing.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
You're not going anywhere. Chaos from the depths.
Oh, they're focusing on me. I'll say, between 2 healers, it's hard for me to solo down. Wait, what is that person's name?
I want to make the same
Ahsoka's
mistakes
pet? That's, odd.
Be right
But okay. Oakley dokley.
What else you got, Namor? Angry starfish?
They made it halfway.
Jeez, oh, I fucked up.
chaos control. Now, a disappearing act.
How? Oh, I did not realize that was their venom. That is my own bad. I have 2 HP in a dream.
There's still a chance.
Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Let me go down, let me go down. I know there's, oh fuck! There's no healing spot. There's no there was a first aid thing there. God damn it.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Reborn.
All right, let's do something else. Do something that I can play around with at a range.
Nothing happens in any world without me knowing.
Okay. And we get Hawkeye's passive. I didn't realize we had a Hawkeye. I guess he just swapped.
Armed and dangerous again!
Oh shit.
Stop that vehicle.
Oh my god.
Every little bit helps.
Oh my god. Stop it! I think the second they come in, then fucking Scarlet Witch is far more useful. They're venom. No, they're not. I don't tank. Sorry. Amazing. I just realized that's their healer's name.
That's me.
That did the trick.
What have you summoned now, Namor?
Chaos from me. There's still a chance to stop them. I'm ready to put on a show.
Enjoy the amplifier!
Dance all you want. Dance all you want, because I will do this instead. Come here, bitch! Okay, that works for me. I'm fine with it just being a distraction.
With your weak human eyes? This is a nice...
I am fine with it being just a distraction.
Be careful here!
Dude, Lucky has his old year again. Just lost the round with 1 second to go. No! No, you can't do this to me!
Obey me. Stop them in their tracks.
Venom.
I'll patch you up.
You're not going anywhere.
Our enemies are near.
Oh!
Here's how you shoot!
They are coming from behind.
I just realized, I think cap skins are probably... Nope.
A disappearing act.
Oh, whoops, that's my own bad. I just used both those.
Help, friends.
Angry starfish?
Hi, Cap. Welcome back. Come on. Oh, hi, Venom.
A disappearing act. Feeling stronger already.
Okay. Okay, do you know how much my healers have sacrificed? I need them to add Green Goblin. I think I would play Green Goblin. Hi, guys. Oh, you fucking bitch. Fine. Your ass is mine, then. So where's yours? Whee! Oh, damn it. His tentacle was still attached to me. Wait. Oh, never mind. I hit space. Never mind. I'm just watching Izzy. We're good. Doc Ock also. That'd be pretty neat. I don't know. I've just memed the shit out of fucking Green Goblin. You'd be getting the fucking like monologue and shit. You and I, we're not so different.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, nope. I'm out of there. Stick it, stick it, stick it, stick it. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Oh, I could kiss you. Oh my god.
Only 50 seconds left.
Somebody clip that.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Oh my god. Wait, what? Disconnected? Who was that?
That's better.
This is real firepower! Armed and dangerous! Again!
Ow, Jesus. Oh, man. This is fine. This is fine.
The final 10 seconds.
Yeah, apparently I knocked the teammate offline. Oh, no. Oh, no, okay, he's back. He's back. I think he just had, like, bad signal or something.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Hi, Venom. Oh, Jesus. I don't know, was that an ace? I don't think it was an ace. I think that was just a pentakill. I think that was just a pentakill.
Fate isn't sealed yet.
Okay, we can either keep them from making this one. We need to group up, though.
Be right back.
This is real firepower!
Now or never. Stop them.
A disappearing act.
Friends, gather around.
I'm gonna stick it.
Undefeatable. Down to 30 seconds.
Jesus, that bonus health that they have is nuts. Ah, damn it. Any horns. Feel free to pick your favorite. Feel free to pick your favorite.
I won't make the same mistake.
Nuance? Nuance.
Eye of Agamotto!
Nuance.
These guys are about to shoot at us!
You'll have to keep fighting until you have a winner.
Nice.
The Vishanti's power!
These healers. Okay. Okay, both healers are down.
That's 3. Final score.
Oh, that was perfect.
3-2-2.
Oh my god.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Okay, that was good. Squirrel girl! What? What? I'm upset. Damn, not even this strange for setting that one up. What? Like, we had a squirrel girl that whole time? Okay. Fine, that's 10k more damage. Her accuracy was kind of eh. They were they were Hawkeye before. Okay. That makes sense. But yeah, they weren't doing like, they did a lot of damage, but they weren't getting many kills in comparison. Many final hits. But, all right, really quick. I'm going to pop into the Discord and fellas, Izzy, if you want to pop in. You can, oh my God. Ooh. You can entertain chat if you're up for it for a little bit. Well, because I need to take Coco out. Up. Okay. Or you can come in here and say anything embarrassing. That works too. Oh, hey, you had more to that PNG. Wait, did you make this PNG or did somebody else make it? Because you didn't have the tentacles before.
I asked Box to add tentacles.
I love it. It's so cute.
And then I paid Box. Because you pay your artists.
Yes. You say that like it's not a known fact.
It's not.
Huh. Sometimes when I pay artists, I expect art in the end. Is that wrong? Should I not be doing that? Is it supposed to be a donation? Sometimes it takes 6 months.
I think you're taking this a bit too personal. And I wasn't talking about you.
What? Wait a second. What do you mean? Hello?
You just made things real awkward.
I'm confused.
Go do what you need to do.
Okay, I'm gonna go take Coco for a
entertain
walk.
your chat.
Izzy's gonna say embarrassing things. I'll give you all words on stream too while we're at it.
I knew you didn't leave.
Not yet. I'm about to.
All enjoying the words. You want wisdom? All right. I'll part some wisdom on you. If you're going to throw up, don't do it out of a car. I'm doing pretty good, except for that real awkward exchange I just had with Marin. Also, another wisdom bit. Don't shove jelly beans up your nose. What other wisdom do you want? Let's see. You want anti-wisdom? You want bad advice? Okay. Don't spend 8 years of your life sedentary, because one day you'll wake up and you'll be 175 pounds and wondering why you're so large. Couldn't be me. Yeah. Be active. Be active. Go be active. Walk around. Smell fresh air. It's very important for you. My brain now works at its actual function now that I've started exercising. I've been a lot more creative. Since I've been walking. Ideas, boom, come into my head all the time. Give me a word, and I'll show you how my brain functions now. Spaghettification. Are we talking about the religion, or are we talking about the black hole? Yes? Okay, so with spaghettification, the religion is obviously worshipping the flying spaghetti monster, where when you die, the flying spaghetti monster comes down to you where after you've died, takes your soul out of your body and brings it to a black hole, to which it gets ripped apart into a bunch of spaghetti, and you become one with the spaghetti monster. Next question. Now you want spaghetti pizza? That sounds interesting. Isn't that just pizza? Isn't spaghetti just pizza?
Okay, you didn't show them the embarrassing pictures from the Christmas party, right?
I did.
Ah, shit! You said you weren't going to share those.
I talked about how awkward of an exchange that was that we had before you left, and how this is why I don't join VC with you.
Oh, okay, you can go then.
I'm just kidding, Marin.
Okay. I'm kidding. Sorry that took so long. I accidentally sent Coco out and she ran through a mud patch, so I had to go hunt down a shitty towel to clean her feet off.
You're fine.
Not the time for your pegging quote. God damn it.
We were just discussing spaghettification, and they wanted some wisdom. So
Okay.
I lent them some wisdom.
I heard a relation to pizza to spaghetti.
Yeah, and then Netu said that every interaction with you was awkward.
Sorry, I'm a weirdo. I asked for bad advice. Oh my god.
I don't know if it's that you're a weirdo. It's that I think sometimes you have a hard time recognizing social patterns in a conversation.
Yeah, when the only cue is auditory and half the time I zone out, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Shit happens.
Yeah. And you can't see my face.
I don't have
Yeah,
captions
that's-
either.
That's gonna happen. I'll speak in captions for you from now on, though. Smiles.
It just starts appearing in my vision. I was memeing. I wasn't. What? Social is hard. Social is hard. Social's complicated. Social sucks. Anyway.
Not unless you're me, she said.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
Malwin of the Marble Rivals, what is your wisdom? Shoot down flyers.
Switch to Hawkeye and win.
I hate Hawkeye.
Yeah, because you play flyers.
True. But it's also like, I don't like Hawkeye like as a character. Like if I wanted to play somebody that was going to be like a sniper, like a long range, heavy damage, I'd play like Black Widow.
Hawkeye is so fucking broken. Not only is Hawkeye broken, Black Widow and Hawkeye is broken. That cooldown
Black Widow's like ability that she gets is his ult.
Yeah, that's so broken.
And you can just hit the blue figures that are now completely stationary and deal damage to them. Here, let me see if I can. Super
That's
sensory
insanely broken.
Let's see who's out
What's the cooldown on that?
I'll have to wait for it to reset in the cutscene to tell. Oh, it doesn't show up in the cutscene. You'd have to check the website then.
No, you could just go to the
Let's see who's out there.
shooting range.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yes. Shrimply be social. Find a nice whittle community locally. We like to call those LGSs. Wait, can we force the... How can we force the, like, team up?
Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
Learned a little too much about how to
Do you
help
have it?
people.
Yeah.
Can't hide your body heat. Looking for a new challenge.
What's the cooldown?
Still waiting on it to end. 30 seconds.
Oh, come down here. Come.
Right here.
Come.
Do you have another skin? You have a Hawkeye
No.
skin?
No? What?
You're using the Cyber Hawkeye skin.
No.
Oh, team up simulation. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can't hide your body heat.
Oh, they don't move.
No, they will. Hold on. Who do you want to shoot in the face?
The widow's bite is lethal.
Who do you hate
just
the
pick
most?
anybody. Pick somebody big.
Who do you hate the most?
Iron Man.
Yeah, fuck you, Iron Man.
Looking for a new challenge. 3 and counting.
What are you doing? Oh, we'll take effect next session, so you have to turn it off. Yeah, okay.
I said go.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Can't hide your body heat.
But yeah, see, it's just... You could just
What's the
shoot...
cooldown?
For the charge thing? 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 3-0.
That's insane.
By some bad guys. Enemy down. Imagine how much Tony could have helped. Trifecta.
We should take this show on the road.
Nice shooting, Clint.
We can go back to... The thing, too, is, though, having a Black Widow and a Hawkeye on your team, though, is a huge gamble.
Well, we do it in quick play. There's no way I would do that in comp.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, it's a fun combo, and it's a really cool team-up. It's an overpowered team-up in and of itself, but then, like, when you throw it into a team comp, you're like, wait, we have, like, 2 snipers.
Yeah. Although, if they were really good, they could just shut everything down.
True. A good Hawkeye would make sure there's no backline ever.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not saying that I'm a good Hawkeye, but
I went to scratch inside my ear, my finger popped, and my ear's ringing? What?
To win this one.
Okay, this is the escort one. Yo,
All right,
Isabella
we got a
Ooze, Izzy
Hawkeye.
Faith. This is we're escorting it. Okay.
Be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Based Instalog Groot. Listen, everybody loves an Instalog healer, Instalog tank, okay? I'm I thought you were Izzy.
no, I am Groot.
I see, I see.
My share of mistakes.
30 seconds before you attack.
Okay, what does it say? I have Groot type. Wait, what? What did that censor?
I don't know.
Under better circumstances.
We both know what we signed up
An Iron Fist.
But after all these years, you'd think we have finally put an end to this madness.
An Iron Fist?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Also, have you gotten the achievement for spraying the codex back here?
4, 3,
No.
2.
We'll do it another
I'm here to
time.
play comp.
Don't forget.
I'm not here for
securing the mission area
achievements.
Is your top priority.
You're fun. Oh, there's another Namor. And a Hela.
A nice deep freeze.
It me, not my team.
From the dead, chilled. That one hurts.
We have a Namor too. Interesting. Oh, Jesus, my buns. I think that was mines. I think that was mines.
No, it was Hella.
I won't make the same.
Oh no,
mistake
because I was standing on the web. Oh. Don't know what that was. Don't like that whizzing past my shoulder.
I just melted.
Namor?
Alright. I gotta shut this shit down.
Simply magical.
If I die again, I'm swapping to Venom and I'm killing that Hella.
You want me to focus the Hela? I can do that.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's your job. You're
I can do
supposed
that.
to already be doing that. You're
I was
DPS
working on the
nerd.
Namor. I'm sorry.
Reborn from the chaos.
But I actually did almost get that Hela there just for a second. But yeah, that Hela's being a problem.
Grand finale. Us against the world. It's spider time!
Where is she?
By the eye of Agamotto!
Wow, that was a good combo.
You brought this on yourself.
Oh, that was mine. Damn it. I saw the radius of that mine appear before I died. Does Izzy have any words of wisdom on playing Groot?
My work here is not done.
Space your walls out.
I've
Don't
seen
just-
some. Yeah.
I'm so glad that hit that.
Oh, what the heck? I think I just got a stray Hela shot.
I disappear.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, hi, Namor. Come back for round 2? Oh, except you brought friends. Ah, son of a bitch.
My work here is not done.
Okay.
Disappearing act.
I forget who gets the flat
Only 60
stat
seconds
buff
left. Hits the ground.
between me and Magneto whenever we do the thing.
Magneto does.
Real magic happens when we work together.
What'd you say?
Magneto gets a sword. I think you get damage.
Yeah, okay, so I get the passive. Hi, Hella.
Help get that
Where you going?
to its destination.
Where you going?
Crawl back to your domain.
What the heck?
I suck. You were under my spell.
Oh, hi. Strange.
I'm trying to help.
I push the cart.
Namor's
Yay.
subjects are tenacious. I'll give them that.
Okay.
Now, a disappearing act.
You're halfway there. Keep going. That's space bulging adult, anyone? You were under my spell. That essence. I like the cold. Too dark. The sooner we deliver it, the better. Us against the world.
I'm gonna try to stick it. I think Hella's gonna take me out. Hella's gonna get me. Yep. I was hoping that there would have been distraction enough, but no.
No, you're playing a hit scan and Hella, or you're playing a floater and Hella that's her job is to kill you because she's a hit scan.
Yep. Hella's one of the other characters I play.
Now, a disappearing act.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Namor's
So I'll have to kill her because she's actually playing it right, technically.
that's better.
Yeah, I would hope that you should kill her. That is what you're supposed to be doing.
That's what I'm trying to do. But whenever she's like in the team, it's impossible to kill her. Is she always in the team? No, but most of the time.
It's spider time!
Did she literally regen? Oh my god, did she literally regen bonus health during her ult? I guess she does.
Fate isn't sealed yet.
Actually.
Khonshu has guided me this far. I trust him. Ah.
Us against the world! Down to 30 seconds. A boom of life. Those squids will have some nightmares. I'm hurt.
Khonshu is my shield. It seems I have found a
The final 10 seconds.
I found it.
There's our man. There's our man.
Don't you there's our van me.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
I was in the back line.
Gotcha. Okay, just had to make sure.
Keep up the momentum.
Yay.
A nice deep freeze. A boom of light.
Luna's just standing there.
Their power. The winds are gone. Thanks.
Oh, that was a good stun. Holy shit. I didn't even see where Penny was.
Only 60 seconds left.
Back where I started.
Hey, would you be able to hit your shots on Widow? On Hella?
She's really small.
We got company.
I mean, you do have the 30-second ability to stun her and essentially just pop shots into her.
The thing is, with you playing Groot
Seriously, how many gods are there?
and just generally them being super grouped up, it's not a guaranteed hit, which is why I'm playing Moon Knight, because they're grouped up so often. I can just
Yeah.
drop an onk, and that's how I've been getting them.
That is the right call, I feel.
That's it. Don't let anything am ready to put on a show. Us against the world.
Keep your ugly friends in the scene, Namor.
I just instantly died.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Jesus. I can't deal enough direct damage to them because it's just a clusterfuck.
The current score is 2-2.
You can in team fights. It's just that we all died.
Including which
Yeah.
side you're on.
I can deal damage to like whittle them down most of the time, and like the extra bounces are good.
Night, just like
But
the moon.
The right heroes could make all
like this
the
could be good at
difference.
the beginning.
What were they playing for tanks?
Penny and Strange.
Strange.
Yes, Penny and Strange. I'd watch out for portals just in case they decide to play some shenanigans.
No,
The
they
beginning.
definitely will. I'm just thinking about Penny because I can usually take out all of Penny's mines by spiking them.
I'm better than that now.
Oh yeah, okay. Carrie, what the fuck you saying?
Coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. The Black Widow? It's really
Ow. Yes, Ivory, what can I do for you?
Then I guess I've been doing my job right.
If you came out of the shadows, that must mean
Things
Now
are
we gotta
about
go
to
somewhere
get
else.
Very serious.
Wink.
the battle starts in 5,
Hmm.
4, 3.
Read the other chats? Oh. Tripped in mud, clean it up, tripped again, drop
You have to
Jesus,
stop
Carrie.
them from securing the mission area.
Oh god, the mines.
Dr. Doom tore
Portal.
everything apart.
Not sure where we're so at.
They're portaling.
Forward.
Focus here.
There it is.
We got company.
Bye, Namor! Ow. Can you not? That's so rude, sir.
Got the Hella.
Okay. Can't hit shit! We're trying this weird... Oh, the heck?
Just embrace the light.
That talked me off. Thanks. Namor's squids are down.
Here comes trouble. It's the grand finale. The only squid I want is an appetizer. I'm hurt.
I swear here.
Penny Parker.
Oh, hi. Hella. Come here, bitch! Oh my god. This melee range really is so much shorter.
Where's oh, Hella's up there?
Yeah, it's fine. I wanted to try to beat her with melee with Black Widow's mailing. It's weird that they gave her her melee on her one, but its range is fucking abysmal.
Yeah. No, I really wish they'd give her her dart wrist darts.
Like, it's even then, it doesn't feel like they're supposed to be like, well, maybe they don't actually extend that much.
Us against the world. I am ready to put on a show.
I spy some bad
That is a lot of arts.
Fine. So we can play that game. They're gonna be in my business. It's in 15 minutes. We got enough time for this round.
I am barely harmed.
Those squids are on ice. Better stop that vehicle.
Find that soul.
Ow. My eyes just like, with all the colors, are just, oh god. Can't see shit.
The beasts have fallen. So shall that king.
Jesus.
I'm glad I was able to push them back.
You know what to do, spiders? You stop them in their tracks.
Hi, Venom.
I bring hell down.
Your hell is dead.
Us against the world. I like the cold.
Hurt. Namor's playing like a weird kind of sniper. More like mid-ranged when I think he's...
You stop them in their tracks.
Come back.
Here's this last. Need some help. Just a little fire mode. I am ready to put on a show. Find that soul. Hits the ground finale.
Oh my god. Maybe I need to change the colors. Maybe it's because I'm working with fucking light purple.
Co-op time. I like the cold. Unleash! Go behind you. Only 60 seconds left.
I have no health.
No, but you got that pick on there, which is what I wanted. So thank
Yeah,
you.
I got Namor and Hela and all of that.
Immortality has its privileges.
Better stop that vehicle.
I still don't feel like they're being tight enough to swap to Moon Knight right now.
Yeah.
So I'm still sticking with Hela.
Any further. Just keep fighting a little longer.
Oh, they have a cap.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Us against the world. There's still a chance to stop them.
That was useless.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Me stuck in a corner
Strong together.
Hi, Cat.
while none of the healers come heal me.
Yeah, though it looks like our Cloak and Dagger's been getting chased by Cat for a while.
While I fight 2 tanks off. I was fighting the cap in the corner.
No health, no babies, and absolutely no bitches. What do you mean? How could you, Ganon?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh shit. Nice. We need to avoid the controversial one at a time strats.
A disappearing.
I'm not gonna survive this.
Why would I need healing?
Only 60 seconds left.
Wait, what about pizza?
Better stop that vehicle.
Reborn from the chaos.
Okay. Trying so hard.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Oh god. I ended up with a...
Agamotto!
Oh, damn it.
Down to 30 seconds.
A disappearing.
You brought this on yourself.
Damn.
You are under my spell.
I have so little health. I feel like her basic attack should do maybe like a little bit of self-healing, like life steal, like very little amount, but eh. It technically already charges her right click.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh well. Okay.
Yeah,
Balls.
unfortunately, nobody was shutting down that hella.
I just killed her at the end, but she's a fucking pain because she's so far back. Getting
the
through
first half.
two tanks into... Oh, damn it.
That Strange is also really good.
Yeah. He shockingly did know that one of the things that he could do with Strange when a Hela ults is literally just fly up and shield, and it takes all of Hela's shots to get through his shield. So it was funny, each time I ulted, he stayed on the ground and just looked up at me with his shield open, and it's like, poor guy. Poor guy doesn't know he's a counter.
Alright, that's it for me.
I was
You
gonna
have
say,
a
that's
great
my
rest
last
of
one,
your
too.
time. Bye!
Bye, Izzy! Okay. I don't think Kanedu's live yet, but that means we have time. We got time. And I can actually turn the music up so I can hear it again, see what y'all been listening to this whole time. Wait, what song is this? Hello? Die by the Blade. I don't know this song. This isn't in my playlist. This is part of the weird little like jumble thing. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Hanedu is not live yet. Let me go see. She is not. Darn it. But we also don't have enough time for another match. So, you won't have a mount to put them in either. My ear's hungry anyway. Wait, what? Oh, that's last broadcast playing. I was confused. It's like, hello? Hello? I am so confused by y'all's words. What are y'all on about? Hold on a second. I'm checking things. Is there something I need to do? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I didn't realize they asked for a PNG earlier. Hold on. Apparently they did it. I missed it. I missed it. Here, they get little creature. Little creature. Okay. Pizza carries giving me a slice. Do you want a slice of curry pizza? Do you know what's in curry pizza? Trying to eat my pizza and I'm displaying that there would be no traceable remains left if they touch it. Oh, okay, I get it. I gets it. I gotcha. But let me see really quick. I don't think Kanedu's starting. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna start early. Wait. Operation Break. Oh, it's Spiffing Brit. Wait, what is this? Wait, Spiffing Brit has a video up that's only available for I'll be live soon. I have the last few minute things prepped. I had Captain. Papa John's cheese, disgusting. Like Roger did to Haley and American Dad in the computerized episode. What? I only understand Family Guy references. Spiff's breaking YouTube again? Yeah, apparently. Apparently Spiff is breaking YouTube again, which is very interesting. Because it says it's only going to be up. This video was self-destruct in 7 hours. I'm very curious. I don't think we're going to watch this on stream. I think I'm going to save this for myself. Because I know Spiffing Brit has done almost every time that there's like a Steam sale or something, he does a breaking Steam thing where he basically figures out how to like generate infinite money on Steam, and it pisses Valve off to no end. But it's so fucking funny. 7 hours ago it said 10 hours. Spiff is messing with us. Maybe. Let me see. Can I see how old it is? 7 hours ago. True. So for 7 hours, he uploaded it 7 hours ago. Self-destruct in 7 hours. Good night, Faye. Sleep well. Sleep well. Get that good night's sleep. Oh my god. How are you liking Rivals? I love this game. This game is fun. There are frustrating moments where like you end up against a really good enemy player like that Hella and stuff. And it just feels like those characters are cleaning house or taking care of everything they need to. And it's just like, fuck, I can't kill you. You're so far away or you're just so hard to kill. But I mean, whenever you have Hella, when it's basically like your front line is Strange. It's Strange, Venom, Namor. And then you have the 2 healers. And then you have Hella behind the 2 healers. And the healers are paying attention to that Hella. It's hard to kill her. Then all the other DPS worth at least 2 of any others. Hella's also really fucking slow. I mean, really goddamn slow. Like, her average speed, it feels slower than all the other heroes. Because she just does, like, this little bitty strut. She just has this little strut. I always get the teammates I whisper on the enemy side, but I bet my teammates wish the same about me. That's probably true. That is probably true. True, she's confident, and her damage is there. And it fits the character, like, in its own way. But if she gets caught, like, by herself, more often than not, it's a pain. I think what I need to do is when I stream this game is I need to mess with some of the settings. Because I felt like I was losing frames at different points, especially in team fights. Where, like, for a split second, it looked like somebody would be, like, hanging in one location, and then they would snap forward. Hella slaying? Of course. Of course. Chat, I have a curiosity question. Aside from the spoilers, if you've seen the spoilers for Heroes Coming, what heroes would you want to see in this game? Like, we already know Fantastic Four's on the way. We already know Ultron's on the way. We know Blade's coming. We know, who else are some of the other ones? Deadpool, I'm pretty sure is coming. Man-Thing? Isn't Man-Thing DC? Or is Man-Thing the Marvel equivalent? Theodore Salas. Okay, he is Marvel. He is Marvel. Green Goblin? I want Green Goblin too, but currently it doesn't look like Green Goblin is in the works. Swamp Thing is DC. Yeah, Swamp Thing's DC, Man-Thing is Marvel. Add Flexo? Flexo? Who's Flexo? That's Futurama. Marvel Flexo. Who the fuck is this? Oh my god. His old appearance looks hilarious. His new appearance is kind of terrifying. That is a very big man. I think we'll probably see Juggernaut in the future. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. I feel like I'm gonna puke my eyes out my ears. Why? Carrie, what did you do? Olivia Octopus from the Spider. Olivia. Oh, I gotcha. I got you. Yeah, the alternate universe Dr. Octopus. Professor X. Professor X could be interesting. I know they're also adding Dark Phoenix. They're adding Dark Phoenix, apparently. She's probably going to be another flyer. I couldn't be happier because then we can punch him. Wait, Cyclops is great at times. Might have been the Does that say consuming gunpowder? What the fuck do you mean gunpowder cigarettes? Nightcrawler? Nightcrawler would be interesting. He'd probably function in a weirdly similar way to like Magic. But it'd be like Spider-Man. He'd be like a mix of Spider-Man and Magic, I think. He's a goddamn menace. All right. Catwife is live. It's time to raid. And Edgar's probably going to do some chatting for a little while, guys. So I will get a little bit of time to hang out, maybe see if I can get some food or something. Or maybe just eat more Brussels sprouts. I don't know yet. But we're going to be playing Helldivers over at Hanetu's stream. J. Jonah Jameson. I just want him as an announcer. I want JJ Jameson as a announcer. That'd be fucking sick. But here, we'll do I think we're gonna do the bit. We're gonna do divorce raid. But we're gonna do like the crying emotes. No, it's sad. Our emotes are sad. There it is. Oh no, wah. Wah is even better. Divorce raid. Followed by another wah. Cat, no, do not. That is a terrible. Well, she is a cat. Never mind. You can do that if you want. But I will see you guys, I believe today's Saturday. I will see you Monday. I will have the schedule up tomorrow. But tonight I'm going to be playing a bunch of Helldivers. Until then, though, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying some ranked play with me. I'm sorry if I got salty or I fucked something up. I feel like I fucked something up. May need to go talk to Izzy later. But until next time, though, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying the show. Good night. And thank you for the gifted sub. I only just saw this. Thank you, Strauss. Cosmic Content Breaker. What the fuck?